somehow we always fuck up in midwave and in mid game, and like we end up throwing either on drakes. It's something that we are working on, and we're trying to do our best, but we still make a lot of mistakes in that phase of the game.
Communication? Is it execution? Where do you think things go wrong?
I think it makes, like execution and maybe some misunderstanding on how the game should be played out. I think when we don't have that knowledge or we don't know what to do, I feel like we tend to like go more as individuals and do random things, and that's where the mistakes come from.
All right, so now thinking about Heretics, it feels like this should be in your hands, even if no Fnatic game is ever easy. But what do you have to be careful about your own gameplay today, not about the opponent, to make sure that everything goes right?
Well, I mean, I think all we have to do is just not underestimate our opponent. We showed good stuff, but we also showed really bad stuff. So we just need to make sure that we take these games as serious as any other game, because we still have a chance to make it to playoffs. Even though if it's not 100% on us, we still have a chance, so we will try to take it as much as we can.
All right, positive attitude. Thank you so much, Razor.
Thank you.
And here we are, ready for this day of this week. Week 6, I want to say.
This day of
Day
this
1
week.
of week 6. Is it week 6 ready?
Yes.
Yeah, are we sure?
Yes. 2 weeks left of the LEC regular season. And
wait,
there's still a lot on the
it's week
line.
6 and week 7 left?
Yes.
All right.
2 weeks left of the regular season, Reddit. That is what that means.
Cool. Just checking. Fnatic versus Heretics is where we're going to kick off the day. Heretics are already eliminated from playoffs contention, and although you might look at Fnatic's record over the last few days, the last few weeks, and think, oh, they're probably out as well. They're not.
They're not.
9% of scenarios remaining. If you assume 50-50 between all of the teams playing in those scenarios, Fnatic make it through. And winning here would be a big boon to them. If they lose here, they kind of need like G2 and MCOI to 0-2.
Need a W this week.
They really do, man.
It's been a rough week for Fnatic. Yeah, some results have not gone their way, to say the least. So with this final weekend, they are eagerly searching for 2 wins. If they can get 2 wins, the odds of them qualifying for playoffs increase, but that doesn't mean that the road is really in their
they're
control.
still reliant on G2 and MCOI, one of those 2 teams, inting. Like, absolutely dropping out of the bottom.
Isn't there some weird world where even if GX lost all their games on the weekend, they could also qualify through that or something?
If Fnatic win both, I think there's a possibility.
Like, I'm not gonna, yeah, but like, I'm pretty sure the final weekend will determine, well, it will just objectively determine everything for Fnatic. But for now, there is one thing they still need to do, which is at the very least win a game. They have 2 games remaining.
I think they'd like to win 2 games.
Okay, of the series.
Then they would win the series.
Okay, yes, technically, yes, you're correct. Fnatic need at least 1 series win, either against Heretics or Vitality. If they win both, that's even better. So let's see what they can do as Heretics jumping onto the Rift. As we did mention before, they can't really play for anything. They are eliminated from playoff contention. This is very much about finding what opportunities they can to work on things that they want to focus on, improve on, getting ready for summer. Yeah, and the good news for them is there's a big patch. So what they can do is bring out some cool stuff. Shyvana Jungle has been making the rounds. Has about Isn't that just
55%.
what you have been making? Like,
I lost
played
to
it
a couple of Shyvana Jungles in solo queue this morning, and therefore it is strong, Vedius. That's how it works. As also Senna with the Blackfire Torch. Touch, that's the one. And Black Cleaver can apply all 5 stacks of a single.
Deathfire, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Blackfire Torch is a separate item. Deathfire Touch and Black Cleaver can apply all 5 stacks of Black Cleaver with a single Q.
I ljudi moji, evo nas nazad, ono što mi je mnogo drago, da nagledamo LEC na novom patchu, tako da konačno možemo da vidimo šta su to pro igrači smislili, šta će se ovdje izdogađati i da li išta meta drugačija, da li su neki pikovi drugačiji, da li će neko da koristi nove rune i iskreno to se onako jedva čekam da vidim jer u ponedjeljak moram da grind, mislim ne moram, ali grindovat ću low i onda valja znati šta je dobro, a šta nije. Danas imamo 2 serije. Prva serija će očigledno biti između Fnatica i Heretika, a druga serija dana, samo 1 sekund da potvrdim, će biti između Vitalitija i ekipe SK, tako da SK nažalost je ispao, Vitality je garantovano prošao, tako da druga serija nema neki rezultatski značaj, ali eto navijamo za Jopu da se pokaže. I ono što bi volio da vidim, kažem, jeste eventualno nešto novo u samom draftu, jer kao što sam i napomenuo, Novi patch. Novi je patch, tako da mislim da je skroz ok da vidimo šta se tu događa i da li postoji nešto što nismo još. Evo recimo, interesantno, Ezreal umjesto Ashe. Prva stvar koja je čudna.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ezreal Seraphine is just the surprise to me. By picking the Seraphine, obviously you deny the Ashe Seraphine combo, but with Bard available, I'm kind of surprised that they've decided to go for Seraphine plus Ez. I mean, it does have good poke in lane. The synergy isn't quite there in the sense that you can't take advantage of the fact of how Seraphine's E works, and you can potentially apply the stun with any other additional CC effects, but Seraphine just as a support, good poke in lane, provides a bit of sustain. I mean, late game provides a lot of sustain. And on top of that, she has good CC in team fights thanks to her ultimate when paired with a...
Malo mi je krivo što ne vidimo Branda. Mislim da je Brand Beyond Broken.
From what Fnatic have, I think perhaps after seeing the Nocturne, they just decided to pivot. That's probably the logic here.
They just want a bit of safety. Upset also has been playing a lot of this hybrid Ezreal that's starting to make its rounds in solo queue.
The one with the actualizer, or...?
I don't think it's the actualizer one. I'm pretty sure it's the Horizon Focus one, where you just get a little bit of AP to back up your builds.
Okay. Well, Vayne is being banned away by Fnatic, which means that they're probably thinking about a Gnar. Or at least some sort of tanky top sides, which I feel like when Fnatic are very much in need of wins, they're just going to take the safe approach.
I mean, makes sense. Makes sense.
Mid lane. Oh, okay, so they just want to get rid of good pairings from Fnatic.
Gledajte ljudi, znači situacija je sljedeća. Sad ću da vam dam cijel breakdown šta se događa. 3 ekipe su već ispale. Znači, 3 ekipe nemaju šansu da prođu dalje. Te 3 ekipe su Shiftersi, Heretici i SK. 3 ekipe su prošle dalje. Casey, Vitality, Navi. Što znači da postoje 4 ekipe, od te 4 ekipe 3 prolaze, 1 ispada. Ako ekipa Fnatica izgubi ovo, sve je odlučeno. Ako Fnatic ovo izgubi, i Giantsi, i G2, i koji idu dalje. Znači, Fnatic ne sme da izgubi ovaj meč. Ako Fnatic pobedi, i dalje postoji šansa da Koi ili G2 izintaju, što ne vjerujem da će se dogodi, ali ko zna, i da nekako Fnatic prođe umjesto jedne od te 2 ekipe.
Right, you've got Equalizer, Cataclysm, you've got Azir going in with the Emperor's Divide. Your AD carry can stay pretty safe on this Ezreal. The double tier Horizon focus build that we're talking about is a possibility, although...
Did Azir's build change, though? Or is he still bad?
I mean, I still think Azir is fine.
He's not, though. Like, he's been losing everywhere. He really, he got tiny buffs, but I think the build is still the same, right?
Build, yeah. I think we need to get rid of Rocket Belt, Vetty. Mid laners are overly reliant on their ability to free dodge stuff. Okay. Make low mobility champions low mobility again is what I'm saying.
Just locking up best Heretics. Yes. Right, we've got some dive alongside the Nocturne. You made a great point about Rocket Belt, but this is more important.
It is much
because
more
I'm so tired of seeing Nocturnes without any dive. But now, Heretics have good dive. Aurora's great follow-up, Ambessa's great follow-up. There are things to go in alongside the Nocturne. Small problem. He is diving into Azir Ezreal with a Rumble Jarvan.
Could go on Seraphine.
He can try.
One of her fans.
He definitely can try. I think that Fnatic just have a very standard front-to-back teamfight comp with tons of AoE. Really, basically, if you fight them around Dragon in a front-to-back, you're probably going to lose, is the truth.
True.
Heretics need to try and find picks, play through sides. If they can take advantage of Fnatic's positioning errors that we sometimes see from them in the mid-game, that would be how Heretics gain an edge, because they would have the numbers advantage ahead to the fight. But this is something that, I mean, we've just seen a lot of this split. Pick comp versus teamfight comp. Don't teamfight the teamfight comp.
I'm a little worried for Emperor. I feel like there could be a lot of pressure from Douglas and tracing up towards that top side. Like Rumble, if you burn his flash early, he's still going to get pushed into the Ambessa, but the Ambessa can chase him really well. Nocturne 6, you've got Paranoia there for the follow-up as well. Those side lanes that you were talking about, Vetty, I think is where Heretics could really
they absolutely can. They absolutely can. With Bard plus Ambessa plus Nocturne, you've got great side lane plays. The pick potential is very huge. Let's see if they can pull this off as we get into our first game of the week 6 of the LEC. As we mentioned earlier, only 2 weeks remaining of the LEC regular season. Then we'll go on a brief break, or we'll be back for playoffs
Nisam siguran koja će biti pauza između play-offa i... To ću morati da pogledam. Playoff. Da, još sljedeće nedelje je LEC. Aha, onda je pauza 15. 16. 17. Taj vikend neće biti LEC-a. Što je dosta bitno. I onda se LEC vraća 23. za sam playoff. Što je dosta gotivno. Upalim kameru. Mislim ne bi trebalo ono što da ne. Malo ćemo se... Kao malo ćemo sedeti u mraku, ono, Nosferatu banuo...
He's fine because he has mid prio, so the Aurora should always be able to move first. The thing he has to be worried about is the Rumble moving, but Rumble's not moving, and it would be bad for the lane of Rumble if Empress didn't end up moving. So credit to Douglas, he holds his ground. This is one of the biggest strengths of Nocturne, and why we do see it so often. You just can't out-skirmish him. You can't beat him early. His Q gives him, I always forget this, I believe it's 15 AD now at level 1, might be 10. But they've changed it a couple times. It used to be 20, then they nerfed it, and I forget what the actual number is. But it basically gives you more AD, is the point, at level 1. And so you just win raw stat fights.
15.
There you go, 15. Yeah, so that's why he's so strong early game, and his passive also gives him health, so most enemy junglers lose to him. Jarvan does pretty good, just because of your passive, and in that situation, their health looked kind of similar, because Razork actually got 2 procs of his passive off. But obviously, compared to Nocturne, you're going to lose that fight eventually.
Marshall Cadence is pretty good, but not as good as a Duskbringer and all of that extra movement.
Upalit ću svetlo. Magice kasni. Na jezu. Daleko je sjelica. Ok, ajmo da imamo da li ima nešto iole novo, mada ne vidim osim Rambla. Empiros je otišao na Deadfire Torch, a boga mi radi damage, mislim. Mislim da po brojkama i dalje nije toliko veliki damage, ali opet nije ni loše.
We'll see how things pan out as the game continues, because here in the early game, Upset with a very small lead, same for tracing up towards the top side. Crabs naturally going to be exchanged across the rift. Razork obviously a little bit slower on his clear, not only because Jarvan is a little bit slower than Nocturne, but also because he was much later to clear that first camp. So Douglas, though, I don't think he's going to use the prow for anything. Good poke continues.
Koliko Seraphine radi posla u lane. I ne znam zašto cleanse na Ezu, to mi je malo čudno. Ti da cleansuješ trap kad staneš u njega, Caitlyn dalje dobija headshot debuff, tako da mislim da to nije najbolja odluka. Jarvan je skipovo svoj blue buff. Zašto je Razork skipovo svoj blue? What? Šta radi Fnatic? Ne znam zašto je skipovo svoj blue. Možda račun će izgubiti Raptor. Ba da ne znam što je petovo ka njima onda, tako da svakako je malo diskutabilna odluka malo diskutabilna odluka Razorka u ovoj situaciji, iskreno.
There's a TP coming out from Emperos, and there were pings here already. Razork's coming across, will be spotted on that vision. With Emperos being first to the top lane, he will be able to help force Douglas out of the jungle. Isn't going to chase him any further. Razork just wanted to make sure he gets his Krugs, and that's a nice little movement there from Fnatic, realizing they could pincer on the Nocturne.
It's a bit awkward now, though, for Razork, because he's on the top side. His blue buff is still alive. He hasn't claimed that yet. He now has to path all the way to bot to secure that blue. But, I mean, I will say credit to him, because it makes a lot of sense. Oh, actually, his
Šta ima sens? Šta ima sens? Molim te objasni mi komentatoru. Šta ima sens? Šta ima sens? Miš ima sensitivity, to prilike. To je sav sens koji tu ima. Prvo, brat moj nije uradio blue 5 minut, 5.30 nije uradio svoj blue buff.
his just came off cooldown. Good smite away from Razork, managing to equalize the Razor Beaks. Gonna start up the Dragon as well.
Well, he does have bot prio.
His smite's gonna be back up in time to take this Drake.
I mean, assuming it's uncontested, yeah.
Jako čudno od Razorka, iskreno.
Advantage that he's relying on right now is just the bot lane can't rotate down.
Mislim, ok, pokušavaš da ne znam, isprešaraš Nocturna, da Nocturne malo kasnije dođe do 6. Što donekle razumem. Dobro. Malo je nezgodno kad igraš Rumble u Ambassador, ona samo se dešuje ko luda. Flash, Nimbus, Cloak, fine. Ostaće da uzmeš 2 kripa. Jako čudan play od Razorka. To još nisam video. Da jungler full skipa blue buff za 6 minuta da ga ne radi. Bot was able to hold the push along with securing the dragon, and Emperos gets away with his life. So cross map fails for Heretics, and they're losing everything across the board.
Yeah, and Seven's going to be, Dagler's going to be miles behind when it comes to XP as well. You can see no camps available to him. Razork just took his.
Ice baš dobija batin, interesantno je možda linuje uopšte.
Razork is going to be 6 pretty soon as Ice is low underneath this tower, and Dagler doesn't. He's homeless. Got nowhere to go, no camps to pick up. That Nocturne paranoia is going to be incredibly delayed.
I mean, one more camp should get it for him, but you're right that he has no camp to get. He might try and steal some XP. Oh, Razork, yeah. EQ over the wall. Throw the ult down.
Dakle, samo petu na lošu stranu. Treba kroz svoju džunglu da ide ne kroz straj. Da, giga random. Nema on to da flash, on će mrtje flash auto odavde. Što je najcrnje. Na. Mislim što slažem se, Ice je overextendao, da premalo healtha, previše je pouka primio, tako da mu nije nužno bilo igrivo.
Upset does use the arcane shift, doesn't have to commit the flash. And yeah, everything looking good for Fnatic here in the early game.
A really nice start for them. Gold leads in every single lane. You know, chunks, sizable chunks in jungle, mid, and bot lane. Vladdy's just been able to constantly farm up this wave, get it pushed in. We did see Seven roaming up towards the top side as well, which has given Vladdy time to get that 13 CS advantage. Emperor's trying to trade here with Tracing. Razork, flag and drag across the wall. He does also have the flash. Might just be covering to make sure that Emperor doesn't get paranoid. Douglas does have that level 6 now. The grub's going to be started by Fnatic. No response from either of the supports as of yet. And you have a triple ult combo if you're Heretics. You could look for a play, but they're deciding against it. Don't want to take the fight as of yet.
Well, things are already starting to look dire for Heretics.
Da ruku na srce ni ekipa Heretika nije nešto preterano insane.
Set up to basically just say, hey, Dragon's alive, shall we fight? And then Heretics is going to be like, not really, but I guess we'll fight anyway.
I mean, in 15 minutes they have to. Yeah. Until that point, they have a little bit of time.
Yeah, so their best play right now is to just look for picks. No flash on Losper. That would be one place that I would start looking.
I mean, Emperos too, on the Rumble, doesn't have the flash.
Yeah, so you've got lanes that you can play through. Tracen has ult. Wade doesn't have ult yet. But once he gets 6, like, there are ganks that the Nocturne can make. We just need to see Heretics making those plays.
Currently you're going to see a little bit of a contest on towards that top side Scuttle Crab. Tracen has just backed, got himself a core field.
Douglas je jači od Razorka 1 na 1, iako ovaj ima cijel Warhammer, ovaj ima Ruby. Nocturne je samo mnogo jači u direktnom fajtu.
Than previously. Seven's going to be helped pushing out the mid wave by Way. Still sitting at that level 5. Needs either a couple of chimes or a couple of minions to get him up towards 6. And you can actually see Douglas, after taking that top side scuttle, has snuck in. Doesn't want to go for the full paranoia, but goes for
what the fuck, Douglas?
Okay, buddy.
Okay, prvi ulti full wasteovan. Slažem se kolega Kasteru, what the hell was that? Ice ima barijeru, ali mislim razlog samo treba da ne uleti u trap manje više. Ovo je fine, forsirali su tep, idu back. Trap. Trap. Ice. Vidi, ali neko raspoložen da napravimo flex ekipu da pobedimo Fnatic i Heretics, ako vam nije problem. Mislim, ne moramo, ali bilo bi lepo, iskreno. Bilo bi baš lepo.
This is not the LCK. We can't have the coaches calling in mid-game. Okay, ready?
That's true. So, the top gank, atrocious.
Yeah, diabolical.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Užasan gank, bravo, bravo.
And jungle, and they found nothing. Bot lane, they still found a kill, and I think that was just a good response from Heretics. The TP was good, but now it's setting up for a fight. Ultis, I mean...
Nocturne, ne, niko nema ulti. Ovo je sam Fnaticov zmaj. I ovo je trošenje vremena. Gle, ako se ne bijaš oko Drakea, ništa ne znači da budeš oko i da navijaš za protivnike dok uzimaju Drakea. Ne, ovo je stvarno kriminalno, vrate, vidi. Ja nemam problema da pohvalim igrača kad je dobar. Ali boga mi, nemam problema ni da isprozivam ekipu kad ne znam šta radi. Znači, ovo je zbunjujuće. Tu gledam, nije meni jasno kako se to loši. Znači, ova četvorica stoje, gledaju Fnatic dok radi zmaja. Pa bro, ili ga kontestaj ili idi radi nešto pametnije, bre, farmuj. Si behind, vrati se u game bar. Ok, dropaš Drakea, za Drakea uzmi 2-3 wave-a, negde uzmi im jungle camp, neki raptor ili nešto i ok, mislim. Nema veze. Nije strašno izgubiti Drakea, ali ako ćeš izgubiš Drakea dok ga gledaš kako ga ubiju i ne radiš ništa, to je onda mnogo više izgubljeno. Sav taj potencijalni gold izgubljen od toga šta bi mogo da radiš dok oni rade Drakea. Jednostavno nema smisla. Volio bih da vidim koliko damage je uradio Empirosov Deathfire Torch. Ja ću u ponedjeljak kad budem igrao Lola, planiram da igram Caitlyn i planiram da igram Bard. Oj bre, Brenda. Hoću da probam... Hoću probam Brenda. Mislim da je baš jak. Sa Deathfireom pogotovo. So, for example, Rumble now on the bot side of the map. Dragon's obviously 3 minutes away, but maybe this could be a good angle to consider bringing way down, looking for a trap, finding a pick, and then you use that in order to then contest the objective. Because if they do just play the straight front to back, Fnatic just having so many advantages with the comp that they've drafted.
Yeah, right now you're sitting at item parity across most roles.
Exactly.
Right? Everyone has one completed item and a couple of components. Upset, I will say, is very far ahead, 1.3k gold, partly because he's completed his quest, and because he had a cup.
Yes.
So he gets all of that extra gold. Ice has also completed his quest right now, has that Hex Optics, but I expect Ezreal Upset to go Manamune next, and then often at the moment we are seeing another tier into a Seraphs with a Horizon focus on top of that, or the Actualizer that we were talking about in the draft. So Upset will be doing a lot of damage in this game. Ezreal scaling incredibly well on the current patch.
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal already did damage, so I'm glad that he does more.
Oh yeah, sure.
That's a good thing.
The thing about it is though, Ezreal has, and I know this is going to sound weird, he has the Yuumi problem. And I'll wait to see if Douglas is caught out before I talk more about it. Shroud down, Paranoia out.
Paranoia samo da pobegne. Nice, nije u range.
But Douglas is walking the other way. Lost for flashes out.
Sad su izgubili blue. Ovo baš ne mogu da igraju.
I think he thought he was going to get trapped. Probably. And then he was like, oh, I don't want to get trapped.
Yeah, that's the logic I would assume.
Oni baš ne mogu da igraju.
You know, it's possible. Yeah. Anyway, Ezreal has the Yuumi problem, which is pro players are so much better at it than everyone else.
Sure.
Right? And so it has to be nerfed to a position where either does no damage or it does way too much damage in pro players' hands, as Upset is showing us right here. Oh no, buff it. Buff it by 2%. Ice would have died.
Yeah, that was a really nice play from Razzle. Ult into EQ, connects the EQ onto two, both Ice and Douglas. And by forcing the Caitlyn away, they also unlock this mid tower.
Sim, u teoriji Heretici ne igraju ni za što, oni su ispali pa su ispali. Gdje si ima to? Ma da upalim ja kameru, brate, chillam ovako, samo dok sam u gameu do duše. kad sam van partije, onda ugasim kameru, ali dok sam u game, onda blame. Što da ne, gajbi sam svako, chillam. Tako da, zašto da ne? Ovo bi mene pogodilo.
But again, that side lane play, this timing would have been quite promising if they'd been able to find the pick.
Yeah, or if, you know, if they had paranoia.
But now, no, they didn't even need the paranoia in this situation. I think there's still a world where they can kill through a tower dive.
Douglas has not proven to me that that would happen in this game.
I'm just saying, on paper, there's a world where that could have happened.
Sure.
Problem now is they won't have Tracen's ult for the dragon, which is spawning in 30 seconds. They weren't able to find a pick.
Milane, jeste, brate, živ je, samo je batalio YouTube skroz. U suštini, pošto je on jedno vreme živeo od streamovanja, samo je to radio, nije mogo da istovremeno se fokusira na YouTube i na TikTok, a na TikToku je bila mnogo bolja zarada i onda je batalio je YouTube, prešao je full time na TikTok, sad koliko znam mi se zaposlio u nekoj firmi, sad radi i streamuje onako sa strane kao hustle grinda, tako da dobar je. Tier 3 ne dobija svak. Da, Heretics baš grifuju. Spremam za Open, ma ja. A nema smisla da ja igram, mato. Mislim, glupo jer pobedit ću, znaš, i šta onda, brate? Šta smo onda uradili, šta ima smisla? Znaš, ako ljudi vide ja igram, znači da je jedno mesto već zauzeto za prolaz dalje, onda će se smoriti. I onda meni glupo, iskreno. O, dobar. Okej. A su izgubili 3 reke, izgubit će Soul u 22. minuti ako ne urede nešto. Hoće to, mat. Znaš šta je problem jedini, vrat? Ja ne mogu da budem vašt koliko sam i dalje bolje od svih ostalih, to je najveći problem, vrat. Ja da izgubim još 50% skilla i dalje ću biti god, vrat. To je nezgodno. To je nezgodno, vrat. Ja u Primeu ne sme biti tema, vrat. Douglas, nešto se dešava u game, bro, niko ne zna što se dešava u game, evo gledam ovu partiju i u fazonu sam, ne zna se ko je gori. Ja niko, ja sam da vidim koliko se heala Ezreal sa čizmama, ali ništa od toga. Jer bi pecnuo te čizme jednom, dva puta u solo queue, čisto da im kako rade, ali... Izdaje koliko, 5% omnivampa. Tako neko. To ti pričam, Mato, razumeš, tako da ono. Ne znam, ste ispratili ove WC kvalifikacije, što je... Solari i Galenzi su izbacili SK i ovaj... Fnatic. Što mislim da je baš... Ne znam, bruk, iskreno.
Public execution there for the follow-up. Heretics looking to collapse onto Razok, and they won't take him down yet. He manages to walk out. Vladdy goes in. Upset kills Douglas. Trace in short to follow. As Fnatic continue to collapse. Razok stunned with the cosmic binding, but Ice doesn't have the damage. Flash.
Nice, lepo, nice. Još da ima little tempo, radio bi možda trunku više, ali... To je fine. Da, i Vitality izgubio game od Galenza, ako se ne varam, tako da... A Vitality mislim da je to baš uzeo kao joke. Ako se ne varam, nisu streamovali svoje povove na ovome, na YouTube-u. Bar sam gledao Linkasa protiv Galionza kad su ih dobili 2-1. To sam gledao od Linkasovog pova. Ne. Ne znam. Gledao sam od nečijih pova, ne znam ko je bio. Nije nako bio sigurno. A Rileč. Ne Links. Mislim, jako cool što možda gledaš njihov pov u competitive game-u, ali mislim da dosta njih taj EVC, čak i NC ne shvataju ozbiljno. Video sam, da, isto da je nešto sa Korejom bilo, da igrači valjda Tivana neće igrati za reprezentaciju Koreje, to sam isto ispratio. Ja sam tek sad provalio da Douglas ima Tiamat. On ide na Stride Breaker ovaj game. Interesant. Uvijek sam mislio da to giga, mislim kao ne toliko optimalan drugi item, jer ga dobiješ prekasno ti daje bilo koji impact. Baš nisam ljubitelj toga.
Based on what I see on paper at least. Let's see if they can prove me wrong.
I will align with you.
Yeah.
But for the bit, for the entertainment, I'm fully on Heretics side.
Here we go.
They're 100% going to be able to win this fight. Dagler's looking for that paranoia angle. Tempered fate only onto Vladdy. Paranoia coming out. Seven jumps into the back of the bit. Public execution short of connecting Dagler.
Ok, Nocturne. Ok. Možda to Aurora. Ju. I uzeli su i Drake-a. Mislim da mogu se bio. Mislim da ok. Ali bro, Isu leti unutra, a cijela ekipa izleti. Ali dobro. Na kraju je preživeo, fajn, Heretics su ostali u gameu, ako ništa. Ne optimalno, ali nije užasno.
You throw the ultimate down, Seren uses the invisibility to find a really good angle, gets into the pit. So just keep your eyes on Seren that's going to be over the wall. So the Bard ultimate in a way is a distraction. Seren comes in, huge ultimate connects it onto two, really melts the front line, and Razor gets one shot before he has an opportunity to disengage from the fight.
Aurora je baš puno radila, Seren lepo igra.
And then Heretics realize, no, we can't keep the extended fight going. Let's just take our prize and get out of here. And so they stop Fnatic from getting the soul. They get a nice kill, another one onto Seren. And that one-shot potential continues to get stronger.
Da li me dovoljno, ne znam, ali ajde. Ez nema ništa MR-a, tako da mislim da je relativno killable i dalje. Okay.
They still shouldn't lose this game. They are very much in the driving seat.
That's true.
Do they have their license though?
That's a great question.
Are they driving at night? Are the roads slippy with ice?
Is it rainy?
Is it rainy?
Ice, clever mention.
Thank you.
Ice is in fact on the road.
2.5 items. And his boots have gone into their slot.
That's true. I love that Leo Boy is just like, just make some room. I'm just sorry. I know it's a little
It's when he gets to the 8th item, that's when we have to be concerned.
Ok, mimo slušamo o čemu pričaju, malo baš najjasnije svakako. Upset je spajkova i vjerovatno više od ovoga ne bi trebao da ima carry potencijala u odnosu na Ice-a, tako da svaka sekunda koja prođe ovdje tehnički odovera Hereticima. Aurora će imati vaša potencijala, Rumble neće imati MR-a, tako da možemo da gledamo i Serina koji potencijalno traži Empirosa, da ga šota. Razork također nema MR-a i najvjerovatnije će ići na Guardian kao sljedeći item. Tako da u teoriji Serin šota 4 od 5 heroja na strani Fnatica. Azir ima Mercs i mislim da mu je to dovoljno preživi jednu rotaciju. Ali mislim da ako ga uhvati u neki produženi 3 šota će njega. Tako da mislim da je Serin definitivno čovjek koji može napraviti svu razliku ovog sveta. Po Doro Mato vidi, ako imaš neke igrače, što da ne, iskreno, što da ne, možda bude zanimljivo. Biće fun kvali, mislim šteta što ga ne radimo. Ja radim LEC, ja inače bi volao iskreno da imam vremena, najiskrenije bi prenosio Open Qualifier. Da imam vremena. Ali sutra radim LEC, a Ono, da počnem pa da ne prenosim finale, polufinale, da ne prenosim bitne partije, nema smisla. I plus nismo setupovali tako da bude prenosa. Iako mimo toga da je ono free dan, mislim da bi ja iscimo malo ljudi da probamo se aktiviramo za za kvali, da bude prenos. Ali dobro, ništa, uđeš u top 2 i onda budeš prenošen. Vladi, okej, ništa. Unlucky, tako je kad igram Azira isto. Ice je prišao za trap, ima basic, bravo Ice, sad će da umre. Upset radi puno. Da. Mora se pazi Senna, ali i dalje... Bravo Upset, okej, lepo. Pogodi nas.
No possibility of a contest from Heretics and Fnatic. Now have every tool in their toolkit to close out the game.
They need to get back to base quickly though, because the dragon spawns in 20 seconds. Heretics will be able to get position on the dragon first. You can already see Danglers back up on the map. So Fnatic eager to get ready to contest this next objective. We look back at the play, and it's Fnatic getting the TP out early, committing to the fight. Tracing is very separated from the team right now. Good spell shield comes through from the Nocturne to prevent the ulti from connecting. Ice ends up trading mid laner for his own life, which is where Heretics then lose all of their damage. Seren can only do so much. He's got a lot of burst, but that only singles down one member of Fnatic, and it's not quite enough. So Fnatic clean up the fight, they get another kill, and now they're back on the dragon.
Tempered fate from Wade. Start this off, but doesn't...
Džabe, mislim bar ulti je fajn ako imaš Caitlyn da fall upa, sad će Nocturne samo da umre. Da. Vidim, a to je... Iskreno, navijam za tebe, navijam za tebe. Ode Serin, ma da ovo je game samo. Mislim, koliko god Fnatic ne igra kako treba, Heretics igraju još gore, tako da.
Heretics doing what they can to stay alive in this game. An ambitious steal attempted by Danglers does not work out, and with 3 dead, Fnatic now set their sights on the base of Heretics.
Yeah, so little that Heretics can do.
Ice, mislim, Ice igra lepo, ali džabe. Prost našem prešli import i supi top koji su desno svoj rolling spell. Au, ne ovako, vrati. Ali dobro, oni mogu da igraju LFL3 i quali, osim ako nije quali, si nemam pojma. Dobro da, realno bi se vratno kvalifikovali, pa onda moraš da čunaš kada je... Bro, LFL3 postoji, holy shit.
But with the Baron buff, they're going to take all of the base of Heretics.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing it tutorial style. Heretics, do you still have ways to...
I didn't do this in the tutorial. You just walk down one lane.
Well, clearly you did it incorrectly. You'll have to do the tutorial once again.
10 years ago for
yeah,
me,
you'll have
so,
to do it again. But they're looking to take every single member, sorry, every component, as an ultimate.
Ja ne znam da postoji, nego je kao, what the fuck. LFL3. Ako se napada da bi se kvalifikovao za LFL2. Inače ovdje možete vidjeti najgore gade carry-a koji ne radi damage i jako loše scale-a kako nosi game. Ne znam kako se to događa, jako čudno. Baš mi iznenađuje da su pikovali Ezreal i da Ezreal radi, mislim, mind blowing, znam. Baš neverovatan razvoj događaja, ljudi. I mene stvarno, ne znam zašto Fnatic drafta najgore gade carry-a u igrici, a ono opet radi damage-a, baš čudno. Klematu, u teoriji nije loša ponuda, jer oni ako zbog rasporeda mogu da igraju i bijelo qualiz, oni se kvalifikuju sigurno. I onda faktički imaju free put vidi, ako su legitimno giga dobri igrači, kao moraš pobediš Magazu, dodeš na EMEA Master, tako da nije nerealno da 5 dobrih igrača samo preko qualija ode na EMEA-u. To je to je fora. Svakako, Pauzica mala i onda idemo na game broj 2. Vraćamo se nakon 10 minuta gdje malo će Fnatic da pobedi svoj meč.
Brother, let me try. Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother? Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close.
Heavy is the head that the crown sits soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a Renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown sits soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like organs. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked till my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks, treading with means and caution. Man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow, get it together whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the
I hear it extremely loud.
Vladdy goes in, upset kills Douglas, Trace in short to follow. As Fnatic
LEC when Fnatic takes a dominant Game 1 win against Team Heretics. And we wanted to see some good from Fnatic when it came to mid-game. So we brought up this clip, if production can play it for me right now. What's happening is that we have Vladi in the top lane over here. We're looking to be going for this Drake setup soon. So if you can roll it out right now. Perfect. Vladi finds himself on the weak side. He's about to push and he realizes Drake is coming up. We need to swap these lanes, and Pyros figures out the same thing. Now, lane swap will be coming. Tempo usage will be very important here because Vladi is going both into the strong side. And Pyros is going to the top lane. And if we pause it right now, this is what I want to show. This wave will be for Team Heretics. This is where they want to be playing aggressively. Nocturne looks to be crossing into here, just in case there is a cross map. And what Vladi wants to do, he wants to push this lane and secure Prio. Let's roll the clip out as we go. The push is happening and Pyros is on the top side and he realizes this is my weak side. I need to be able to go for this Drake. I need to defend the weak side. And what he's gonna do is he's gonna blast open this TP right here. Weak side has been defended. Nocturne is on the top side. He finds nothing. And let's look at it again. Pause. This is where it would have been close to perfect for Fnatic. They defended their weak side perfectly well. If we can look over here, there's just no one on the top side of the map. It's completely open. There's no fight happening. But what happened here is that this wave was extremely important for Fnatic. If they managed to keep this wave alive, they would be having such a strong cross map over here. Weak side defended, strong side completely unleashed. Let's roll the clip. What happens is that is not perfect. But it doesn't need to be perfect. It needs to be good. Because good enough is what Fnatic has been needing for this whole split. Bard ulti comes in, they defend the tower, but Fnatic is here, 4-man strong. Upset is strong on the mid wave, is about to rotate over here. Weak side has been defended. First tower is secured on the bot lane, and that was just good enough. Because that's what Fnatic needed, good enough.
But I do think there was plenty of plays from Fnatic throughout that game that were really solid when it came towards the macro, right? Like, consistently, they were shifting into positions ahead of Heretics. They were moving around with both Lospa and Upset to make sure they could play through the strong Ezreal, who had like a 1.3k gold lead at 14. It really felt like Fnatic had a much better grasp of how they wanted to play, even if there was a couple of missteps.
Exactly, that's why I stress so much the good enough part, because when you're a team that you're at the bottom of the standing, there's so many holes in your gameplay. You went from a place where you barely knew how to move around the map in the mid game, right? You can't expect to just go to this perfect level. Good enough is realistically what you need to do to become a better team, to start contending for these top spots, because they have a game today, and if they win the series, they also have a game later in the week, and this is a great stepping stone for them.
And these are must wins for them. Again, it's not only on them, but they need to win those to stay alive in the race for playoffs. And we've talked about the good. What was the bad here? Not that much. Maybe some oopsies in the mid game, but
I see a lot of the bad in the backstage, but you can go away like that.
Yeah, I think it was the Dragon fight for me where I got a little nervous for Fnatic because we were kind of talking backstage going, hey, this is cool. They're really playing well around it. This fight was not it. After you end up getting the ultimate on towards Vladi with the Tempered Fate, they just kind of fall apart. Trayson does a good job of flashing into the backline to absorb a lot of the damage, but with Saren being able to sneak in, being completely unmarked, and also being able to immediately focus down Razork and steal the dragon, I thought this might have been that turning point where Heretics were able to find that success. And I think this is where you're kind of seeing some of that, those missteps grow into bigger upsets when you end up finding these moments where dragons are lost, team fights aren't going your way, and you just need that better setup for Fnatic to make sure they consistently can close out these games.
Exactly, because realistically, what was the situation there? It was 4 Drake, full position for Fnatic, about 4k gold up. That should be the easy win team fight, right? Because if you want to contend, those are the ones you need to win. And we've seen a lot from Fnatic where they get to these positions and they just seem to not really understand exactly how they need to navigate. The Aurora found the flank and everything, so it was a little bit rough.
It was a little bit rough, but it wasn't enough, especially because of how Razork set up things in the early game and how we've been talking about Vladi, we've been talking about upsets. I don't feel like we've been giving his flowers to Razork enough lately, because this game was a testament of what happens, especially in the early game. He was the one saying that they've polished their early game in spring, and I feel like he's been doing a lot of heavy lifting in there.
He's the silent hero over here, because not a lot of people will remember that he's the one who got invaded in the early game. He's the one who got forced off of his Raptors, and to still find the small windows that you have to cross over to invade the Nocturne that should be in control of the game, and then to impact bot lane over and over again, keep invading the respawns, secure those drakes. He's been the silent hero, but he's just one of those things that goes under the radar when it comes to these small details about the game.
His pathing this game was sick. The fact, like, as you say, got invaded, dropped blue buff to secure his own Krogs, make sure that he was catching that respawn, and then being able to make those plays on bot. Like, Razork has been a beast, and especially when so much of the conversation last year was Humanoid Razork, these are the engines, these are the playmakers, these are the people we have to look for. It feels like he's kind of lost his spark, but it hasn't really been there. It feels like these last 2 weeks we're getting that Razork back, like who was in conversation for the best jungler in the LEC.
Yeah. And they need to keep that fire going, especially here in Game 2 against Team Heretics. We've seen the good, we've seen the bad. We haven't seen the ugly yet, and Fnatic fans can rejoice about this one. Let's see what happens next.
I think we should stand up. I don't understand why we're sitting.
But because we're trying something new.
You insisted that we sit, and this is weird.
Listen, does it look and feel awkward?
It
yes,
feels
but
very
we're going to power through this.
With it. I mean,
these chairs,
it's the same with the
they
series,
don't really let us, like, we kind of have to
If I sit up, I fall forward. This is what happens.
Like, it's just a bit of an odd chair, I'm not going to lie. I don't know how the Valorant casters do it.
Well, you can do it if you're, like, leaning on the desk.
And it also, like, I'm doing nothing and I'm swiveling. Like, I just passively turn. Anyway, that's enough of us. Anyway, hello.
Yep,
right, we're getting ready for Game 2. Heretics looking to bounce back in this best of 3. Fnatic very much eager to get another series win on the board, because if they get to 3 wins, then we get some shenanigans happening.
Only if every other team loses.
Yeah, but potentially some shenanigans.
Yes, if Fnatic want a shenanigan at all this split, really they need to win both their series.
Correct.
But they have to win at least one.
Yeah.
Otherwise, all shenanigans are off the table.
That's true.
They've been put in the bin. They've been picked up by the garbage collectors, put in the trash pile,
also,
maybe burnt somewhere.
Fnatic want to win with 2 O's as well.
Oh,
That's a pretty
100%,
big deal.
100%.
Yeah, it just helps if you just win more.
Yeah, like our win-loss percentage is a tiebreaker rule.
Yeah.
So having lots of losses, like Fnatic have, is not good.
Yeah.
So the more wins you can get, the better it is.
Absolutely. So let's see how things change as we jump into Game 2. Ryze likely to be the final ban here alongside the Varus and the Nautilus. Meanwhile, Vi, Orianna, I think Pantheon is still very good. Don't think that we'll end up seeing it banned, though Karma does in fact make more sense. Even with the Ezreal gone, there are plenty of things you can pair alongside it.
I think the vibe here, and this is solo queue data once again.
The vibe, okay.
APs in Zhao jungle.
I've only heard about it top lane. What about Alulu?
Halo Blade's mid AP Xin Zhao, I think, is really, with static shit.
Really?
Really
with
solid
static
here,
shit?
Yeah, because you get healing off all the minions.
I see. And that's it? That's the whole build? You just wave clear and heal?
You also kill people.
Do you?
Yeah, because you can go like Death's Dance, and then you never die, and then you just stack your Conqueror, and you just auto-attack people to death.
Interesting, wow.
It's great. Anyway, Lulu makes more sense.
I evo nas nazad, game broj 2. Fnatic i Heretici. Fnatic je prešao na plavu stranu, Heretici na crveno, ali mislim da se sama partija neće toliko promeniti.
I just think it's just really strong in lane. Like,
it's so good.
I would say that in the Lucian lane, based on what I've seen, it's like even, and then all of a sudden, very Lucian winning.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even think it's first item. I would just say that once he gets like a component,
it's happening.
Normal Xin Zhao might also just be happening.
It's much more likely that it's normal. But I came in, I was like, big patch.
I will say we saw one new thing in Game 1, and it was boots.
Yeah. And then, like,
we didn't even
widely
get
regarded
Dorans.
as the most broken boots. Of course we can get new Dorans. The new Dorans are actively bad.
I heard that the attack speed one isn't too bad.
It's not too bad, but if anyone ever trades with you in lane, you just don't have health. You have
True.
the same amount of Omnivamp as the Dorans blade ready.
Nemaš, imaš manje.
Yeah, but it's 400, and if you don't buy pots, then you can buy your next item faster.
What I tend to do is assume that I'm going to play poorly and need to use my pots.
No, you're going to assume you're not going to play poorly. You're actually going to play perfectly and not need a pot. Because then you get the extra 100 gold, and then your next item
so you
is
just
even
don't
faster.
buy the pots.
Yes, exactly.
Ah, genius.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, so you know Lulu, no surprises there. It's going to get picked up.
Nisam siguran da slažem s njihovom tvrdnjom, ali jedan AD carry na Vestu dosta spamuje Doran's Bow. Han sama recimo spamuje D-Blade dalje. Malo sam gledao, istraživao.
locked in for Fnatic and Nami taken for Heretics.
Yeah, Lucian Nami is like the old school combo because it was what, Imperial Mandate plus Electrocute, and it was the Nami that ran Electrocute?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Lucian just did.
There was
his
an
thing.
older school combo. Can you remember it?
No.
Lucian Braum. That was the originator.
True, that was the original combo.
Before they changed Lucian's passive, so it didn't have to work off hard CC or CC. It made it if he's healed or shielded now, he gets the extra bonus.
Oh.
Yeah. That's why we see like Lucian Melio and Lucian
Sure.
So, bans. Akali in vain, taken away. Fnatic still going for the, hey, please don't just kill Emperos on repeat strategy of getting rid of that Vayne. And he had a good game one. So, you know, solid overall. We'll see where the Zehen goes. Can, of course, be played jungle. I kind of expect that's where it will go, but can also be flexed towards the top lane.
I'm trying to think about what the Akali ban means. What are they thinking? Are they worried about... I mean, Oriana's banned. My brain is blanking on, I feel like, some of the most obvious mid lane picks ever. Give me a second.
Nisam ni ja siguran.
They want Victor blind, maybe?
It's possible.
Jako vanila draftuju, a prave previše grešaka. Volio bi da vidim da u stvari malo flipuju, da malo hrabrije igraju.
Is there ever a threat of Akali top?
Oh, they want Mel blind. Okay, that's why.
Seven's one of his most played. Now, Aurora just rose up to be his most played, but in second place they had the Akali, the Mel, the LeBlanc, and the Azir.
I'm surprised to see. I mean, Akali is one of the better picks into it. I think Victor's fine though. Also a Vladdy classic.
That it is.
The problem is you are running into a small. I thought Fnatic might be running into a range problem, but they're probably fine. Their engage just kind of sucks. They're very reliant on Emperos finding a flank. So I think that Fnatic don't have the easiest time of actually closing the gap against the Mel. And the Heretics, I think, have a decent amount of poke. People really underestimate, like, okay, so only the best Lucians can do this, but it's that whole Lucian on a mid-wave. Oh, you try to farm, dash in, take 60% of your HP.
Culling,
stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So I think that Lucian can do a lot of poke.
Oh!
Ok, konačno nešto novo.
Yeah, but
I don't think it's good in the draft, but it's a classic
I think Irelia is just a bad champion.
Hey, don't let leaders' games fool you.
Yeah, actually has nothing to do with leader. I just think that Irelia as a champ is very difficult to play, especially into Lulu. I feel like, you know...
You think you're going to get polymorphed? It's a possibility.
But you know your dash can just be interrupted, and then it's just on cooldown.
But who's interrupting it, Betty?
Lulu?
With a polymorph?
No, with the knock-up of your ult.
I mean, that's also... But if Mel's got them all so low that they have to use wild growth anyway.
Okay, but then what about Victor W?
You raise a good point.
Also,
Victor W is used on the Xin Zhao,
actually, this happened in our Flex Q game. I got yeeted out of my queue by a Zehen.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Like I was mid-dash, yoink.
Look, I'm not going to say that Irelia is a perfect pick here.
No, again, really good into Gnar. Very, very good into Gnar. Like, if you have a really good laning phase, that can be enough. But a couple ganks could very well just make Irelia...
To je malo bitna stvar kod Irelia koju ljudi zaborave. Sure, jako je dobra ako ode ahead, ali ako malo padne behind, postane beyond useless. Funny matchup ako ništa. Mislim, to će biti interesantno za gledanje jer ne sme da padne behind, ali ako padne behind, samo je giga doomed.
Maybe there's a new tech on the patch that I just don't know.
Static Shivarelia. I'm looking forward to it, Betty. I like the way your brain is thinking.
Maybe.
Get them all low enough that you can blade search through them. Okay. So, a quick reset on where we are in terms of stakes. Fnatic don't have to win this series, but it's very good if they win this series. Their percentage of scenarios in which they qualify for playoffs jumps a dramatic 5 percentage points to 15%. That doesn't mean they will qualify in 15% of, like, that's not their odds. That just means if you assume 50-50 results for the rest of the series.
Sorry, small tangent. It's so funny because because you know I play a lot of Lost Ark. 15% is incredibly good odds.
Okay.
It's so good.
Really
but
bad,
obviously in
you're just gonna
reality it's
pity
actually
anyway.
not. Oh, that's so
Pity.
funny. Percentages have been twisted in my mind, which is a bad thing.
Just
But
because
yes.
you're rolling at 0.5%
That's what I mean, yes.
unrepeated.
That's what I mean. When you, yeah, anyway. 15% objectively is not good odds.
Ne znam šta rade. Iskreno, Mato, nemam pojma. Što se tiče generalno qualija, ja sam haos diskonektovan od toga. Znam kad je i to je to.
Simulations are run, as you highlighted, where the matchup is 50-50, right? Which obviously in a real life context
isn't going to happen.
But for the sake of the simulation, that's how we do it. And then of those simulations at 50-50 odds, we look at the number of scenarios in which Fnatic is able to qualify, and then it's only 9% as of right now.
Yeah, and it's going to jump to just below 15%. I think it's like 14.7.
Jer na sajtu piše šta, best of 1 ili 16. quarter i onda je best of 3 semi, a final ne piše ništa.
Right now we have, what, 5 more series this weekend and then 6 series next weekend. So it's 11 extra 50-50 scenarios to run.
Verovatno, ne, final ne postoji.
50-50 as Dagler's caught out a little bit here. Wei coming across,
Huh?
Razork flashing forward, look at that cultivation of war, and now Wei realizes he's not in the best of spots, has to jump away. The slow in-circle out of Upset, dreaded return will get the pull back, and Wei has no flash, and Upset secures the kill.
So a lot of things happened there that was pretty interesting. Razork was quite clearly losing the 1 versus 1, but the thing about Zehen is, I mean, in the extended fight, you can do a lot of damage. Now, you'd assume that Xin is very similar in that sense, but the advantage that Fnatic had was that the collapse was coming through quicker. So look at the minimap and look at Fnatic specifically, how they have prio first. The Lulu's rotating up, the Nami's rotating up, but also Vladdy is rotating over to the mid lane. Daglas realizes, hang on, I can't keep this fight going. Razork wants to keep it going though, so he flashes in. Wei heals Daglas to get him away to safety, that forces the flash out, but then Wei has to flash away himself because again of Fnatic's collapse. So this is just a good demonstration of how prio is so important in these early skirmishes and how Razork just played with his prio very well.
Yeah. Zehen is Xin Mark II as well, had that cultivation of war almost fully.
Dajte nam ljudi top da gledamo, šta gledamo. Mislim, fan je botlane, nabadaju se.
And because of that, we see Daglas flashless, losing out on a camp early on. We see Upset with that early kill, about 300 gold. His lead as Ice looks to try and chip away at him, is running first strike on the Lucian for that extra gold and that extra damage potential. But it's a little bit harder when your support doesn't have flash or heal.
They did get the barrier out from Upset, which is still a small win for Heretics, but yeah, they are struggling and the 2 versus 2 still healthy lead for Ice. It's just offset by the fact that Upset has first blood.
Yeah, about 11 CS up Vladdy, even in the mid lane with 7. We talked a little bit about the Mel, can be very frustrating to play against.
But let's actually talk about the top lane matchup, right? Because we said, obviously, I think that Irelia just is kind of a weak champion in general right now, but as you highlighted, it is a counter into the Gnar, and you can see that coming through in the actual laning phase. Going for an early call, because Trayson knows that he just wins out on early skirmishes, and it's specifically just around mini-Gnar. It's so easy for an Irelia to get on top of the mini-Gnar, and then stick to the mini-Gnar, and you basically play around your passive. So, for those unfamiliar with Irelia, it's that little bar you can see underneath her mana bar, and once you've got those 4 stacks, then her passive is activated, and then basically every time she autos you, she does a bunch of extra damage. This is of course very conditional. They wear off if you're not staying in actual combat, and so for the Irelia what you need to do is basically stick onto your target, which in real fights isn't, like, leveraging her mobility is probably the hardest part, because the way that her Q works is it resets if you're able to proc her passive, which can only be applied through her ult or her E. And so you can imagine that it's not easy to get multiple stacks off of that, and that dash can be interrupted, which is what we were talking about in draft.
Or if you kill a unit with the Blade Surge
also
as well,
true,
right?
yes.
Which is why you can see her dashing through the minions quite a few times. Vanguard's
Opa, pa to možeš da pogodiš.
would catch Emperor, but Emperor flashes away. Vanguard's the Defiant Dance there used as well by Trayson, just to mitigate some of the damage coming back. But Emperor's now no flash, and Trayson with a healthy lead, the only one with a lead on Heretics.
U teoriji, ako sve odigra tačno, dobijete 1-1.
You're seeing exactly why it's so hard for Emperos, because the Irelia is so fast. You often feel like you don't have time to stack your rage to turn into Mega, where you have a slightly more favorable matchup. But even then, she can Defiant Dance a lot of your like burst in theory, and then she can just continue sticking onto the fight afterwards. So very good matchup in the 1v1. Trayson doing a very good job in the top lane, building a very healthy lead for himself. Heretics, though, with the push they've been able to get on bot lane, see this as an opportunity to start the Dragon, And so Razork is using this opportunity to see if he can cross map. And he fails to dash over the wall. Question mark ping actually gets thrown down. So Heretics with good information as to where he is in the map. And Douglas might even use this to steal away reds.
Looks like he's going to go in. Razork is taking red on the top side anyway, so it doesn't matter too much in terms of Razork's total camps. Douglas will be able to even out that disadvantage he would have had from having to take time to do the drag.
And so because of this, a lot of stuff has to happen on the map. First of all, Trayson has to play way more respectfully. In a lane that he was dominating before, he now has to play ultra safe because he knows he's got no jungle support and enemy junglers on the top side of the map. So he's playing very safe underneath his tower, which he's happy to do because meanwhile on the bot side, Mel has the push. The bot lane of Fnatic has to play very safe. Meanwhile, camps are being stolen. Oh, Douglas actually choosing not to. Yeah, now he's going to go back into the jungle. I was going to say, I feel like he should just take all these bot camps. There's no reason not to. With the continued mid-proud that he has, he should feel pretty safe. I guess he's just worried about the fact that he hasn't seen Razork for a while, so he's not entirely sure where it's at.
Vladi lepo igri, igraju Mel dosta, vidi se.
So yeah, I guess he thought maybe he could contest Raptors, but I guess he realized quite quickly, no, there's no way I'm going to be able to get to my Raptors.
Stojim bukvalno na ivici ruta.
Too low on HP, so instead I'll just take the Raptors and be happy with that. Also, you'll notice Upset just there checked the bot side Krugs to see if those were stolen. Ultimately, it's a small win for Razork because he cleared the entire top side, whereas Douglas only got 2 camps, but of course, Dragon was the other trade.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the trade overall.
The Heretics got.
A little bit of indecision from Douglas as well, meaning that he didn't go for the full clear. And it does make sense that he doesn't want to go down towards those Krugs because Upset and Losbu are there, right? And so if the collapse happens, it's 3 players coming in rather than a Victor that's already pushed back in the lane. Culling from Ice. Well, he's got to practice that because culling is not killing off anyone.
But the threat of the culling.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the threat of the culling anymore, Betty, because he's used it.
But it was scary at the time.
Oh, it was.
Ajde, Tracy, da imamo.
Tracing forces and frost away.
Yeah, so the tricky thing is,
Svaki drugi heroj mora da raša plate, Dugnar, inače bukvalno ne može da igra, jedino je Realija može samo da ne ide na to i da i dalje bude okej. Što mi iskreno jako fascinantno. Ali samo je matchup jako, jako dobar.
He was able to get 2 grubs though, to be fair. So Dangler's just going to have to accept the 1. But Heretics, I mean, what they have done with their draft is they've got winning lanes pretty much everywhere.
Yeah.
They've been consistently finding the push in mid lane. Credit to Vladdy, like still doing very well in farm because it's pretty much mage on mage. But in the top side, Trayson has had a lot of control, and in the bot lane 2 versus 2, outside of Wei dying early on, Ice and Wei have largely been winning this 2 versus 2. Bubble connects.
Caught in the bubble. Ice jumping forward, polymorphed immediately. Upset has to have that heal used. He was falling very low. Douglas crosses over mid, was looking for a gank on Vladdy, but doesn't find it. He's going to go down towards this bot side scuttle. Douglas has kind of been pulled back and forth between places on the map he wants to be. Like, he was down in the bottom side jungle, then went up towards the grubs, now he's gone down towards the scuttle crab, and now his top camps are respawning, so he kind of wants to go up there, but could also contest the razor beaks that he took.
Yep.
Is deciding against that. Razork's on the top side. 7 is down to half HP, as is Vladdy. And Razork might just wait and look for the gank.
I mean, I very much agree that Douglas has been less decisive in his pathing than Razork has.
Yeah.
Razork seems to have a very clear game plan and recognizes, I don't have prio here, I do have prio here, I can't be here, I can be here. And, I mean, he's been taking advantage where he can. I mean, it's resulted in an early game goal, the assist obviously contributing to that somewhat. But Razork's clearly power farming and working towards getting a Trinity Force as quickly as possible. Vladdy gonna... Not gonna drop the ult, okay. Not that he has any...
coming out. Razork has a window here. They spotted Douglas on a control ward that had been placed by Razork earlier on near that red buff. So Razork now can go in and try and steal this blue away. With the push of the mid lane, I think Vladdy held on to the Arcane Storm because he thought, well, maybe I need to use it around the skirmish.
So Razork using the Fog of War actually really nicely here. So what he did was, very subtly, he kind of moves in here after watching the wards get cleared. And so then pings came down immediately. Yeah. So the bot lane then starts to rotate up, conceding some of the pressure that they've been generating in the bot lane 2 versus 2. So it's a very small and subtle thing that doesn't result in a big advantage, but the Fnatic bot lane gets a little bit of relief. Just a little bit. Just because both Ice and Wei back off to help their jungler.
To moraš Anga da pitaš. Jer ja nisam znao da je čak i pravilo za D3 plus pik za ove kvoli. Jer ja koliko sam obavešten, bilo koji elo requirement je nestao, ali očigledno nije. Što dalje postoji. Zahijan je samo jačik sin. Razok ne može da stigne, nastako je pasiv. Ti prežive.
Flash heal used by Wei to keep Douglas alive. The re-engage from Douglas did surprise me, but he had his ultimate the entire time, holding it till the last second to bait Razok into this false sense of security. They almost made the play work, but Razok flashes away at the last second. So a skirmish between the two junglers. The bot lanes then get involved, but it turns into a 2v2. Lospa wants to go and help his jungler, but he has to help Upset. If he leaves him isolated, he will die. Douglas then flashes away, then he re-engages, and again it's because he has that ulti available, he throws it out. Now, Upset now can't get that kill, forces the flash out from Razok, who lives on just barely any HP. So really good awareness from Heretics, they really baited Razok into that fight. And now Razok has to be careful. He does
5 HP, gets it though with the red buff.
That's the smite gone.
Yeah, Heretics will start up the Drake, would be their second of the game. Ice needs to be careful as he moves up towards his team here because Fnatic can begin to collapse. He'll back away, now isolated from the rest of the squad, and Drake has been stopped by Heretics.
Vladdy started pathing towards bot, getting ready to attack with his team through the bottom lane, but then realized the skirmish doesn't result in anything, so he has to go back to mid. This will give Seren prio, and Heretics now have the numbers advantage in the river.
Waiting for Douglas and Wade to be able to push out through that tri-bush. Razok has to back away because of that. Ice can clear out the wave in bot lane, and they'll start up the dragon. Vladdy's still in mid lane. Lospa chunked out a little bit. Drake down to 3k. Cullen coming out as well. It's forcing Lospa to use the Whimsy on himself. Heretics need to pick a lane here. Go top, go bot. Collapse on 2 as a team. Tidal wave out. Grim Deliverance used by Razor to get away. Now Heretics try and dive onto Upset, but can't get close enough. Arc of Ruin out. Ice dashing forward, but the Glitter Lance slows him enough. This is a greedy path to take as well, because Upset can just dash forward, immediately jumps onto Ice, barriers exchanged. Neither AD carry able to take down the other.
Still, favourable trade for Ice, and an overall 1 skirmish for Heretics. They hold on to the gold lead, they get themselves the second dragon. A lot of that was just Heretics had the much better position. Fnatic tried to attack from 2 flanks, and they don't really have the front line to approach this comp. We talked about in the draft how both Ice and Seren have a decent amount of poke, and a part of that contributed by the fact that Wei has a huge amount of sustain available to him. The W acts as that extra bit of damage, but on top of that, Ice dives in, he chunks your HP, then... Oh, hang on a minute, he may have overstayed.
On the flank. Ice tries to get away, but he's used the dash, then flashes the gravity field. Arcane Storm down, another dash for Ice. 2 seconds faster than it was previously, but he gets him out as that Essence Reaver as well, helping up. Good wallop stun from Emperos as they dive in. Vanguard's edge coming out.
Da, mislim da, a stvarno sad za Koli možda imaju drugačije pravilo, nemam pojma, mislim. O, ništa.
The crowd control was simply too much for Tracen. There was a real world where he could 1v2 and at the very least get 1 kill off the back of that. But the way in which Fnatic used their CC made it so much harder for Tracen to navigate that skirmish, and he ends up dropping. Fnatic get themselves their 2nd kill of the game. They actually equalized the gold off the back of that.
And they do. Tracen was about 800, 900 gold ahead before that play happened. Emperos now getting a kill. Brings that deficit down to 400. And for Heretics, that was your leading point. You do have 2 Drakes, can play for that dragon sacking. Razok once again at this topside pit very rapidly after the spawn. And the Rift Herald will be a pretty easy prize for Fnatic from their movements. Douglas could look for Emperos down here, who's just gone into mini now.
Pa ja mislim da su uklonili. Ja mislim su uklonili import, mi su uklonili Diamond 3, ali vidim da je vamo napisano sad u Open Qualifieru da je pravilo moraš pikaš D3. Mislim, nije to sad nešto teško, ali ne znam, ja koliko sam informisan, to pravilo više ne postoji. Moguće da je samo pravila copy-pastovano od prethodne sezone ili nešto, ko će ga znati.
Able to force the bot lane away from the tower.
So a cross map happening now from Fnatic as Heretics find themselves a pick in the bottom lane. Tracen gets a nice injection of gold, but the Herald I think is going to win this race for Fnatic, and with 3 members on the top side, they can continue to keep this push going. the bot lane from Heretics. They're choosing to cancel their base. They realize the plan here from Fnatic, and Heretics want to answer.
TP coming in. Douglas looking for the chase as well. Slowed up by the Arc of Judgment. This teleport from Tracin does have the Vanguard's Edge. No flash. Wild Growth out. Douglas just eating damage from Upset. Tracin goes in with the Grim Deliverance under the tower. Razork is going to die. Upset down as well. Razork does manage to survive with his flash. Vanguard's Edge, though, will kill off the Lulu.
Ok. Irelia polako dobije resurse, to je nice. 180 farma također u 16 minuta je popričao dobro.
Flash commits his W to apply the slow onto Upset, allowing for Tracin to actually get in behind. He doesn't quite get that kill onto Razork. Razork's able to get away, but hey, killing the bot lane of Fnatic secures you some early kills and a nice injection of gold. So, well played there from Heretics to find something out of what felt like a very overforced play.
As you say, Flash Rim becomes lightning from Douglas. That gets the Wild Growth out. And at this point, you've got Wei as the backup for Douglas.
And Losper's overstaying because he's trying to keep his AD carry alive, and truthfully, it looked like he actually had enough to get that kill. But unfortunately for Upset, he didn't quite have the damage needed with the support from Wei there, also really helping out Douglas. And then, yeah, Tracin scooping up a kill onto the Lulu. That advantage that Empress had been able to build completely disappears after dying in the bot lane, and also giving that kill over to Tracin just now. So Dragon spawning in 40 seconds, an important one for both teams. One for Fnatic to stop the stacking, but for Heretics to put them on soul point.
Importantly for Heretics as well, Fnatic only have one flash.
Vole oni malo da benduju pravila, što bi se reklo, da bi im stvari imale smisla.
Upset still doesn't have his flash back up. So you have the access to the backline that you wouldn't usually have as easily with this Aurelia. She doesn't have flash either, but her ability to dance through a fight is much greater when people can't flash out of the Vanguard's Edge. You also have a tidal wave on top of it all, and people can't flash out of that. Heretics have the tools to win this next Drake fight. Two items complete on ice.
Mislim da samo Irelia treba se spustiti, a bude tu za fight, ako hoće, ona nema TP. Gnar je u lošoj formi trenutno. Jer se mora stakuje Fury, opet mini Gnar je malo useless u teamfightu.
Heretics are giving this up, Betty. Looks like it. Fnatic actually with really good control around this objective. Heretics see no easy way. They'll be happy with the cross map instead. Tracin continues to get stronger. I mean, the only concern I have for Heretics is how well the Aurelia will navigate fights.
Yeah.
I think in side lanes, Fnatic don't have a good answer for the Aurelia.
True.
The question is, can Heretics play with patience and control through side lanes, try to split push, focus the game into skirmishes where the Aurelia will thrive? Because again, I feel like similar to game one, if all they're going to do is force 5v5s, then I feel like the Aurelia will struggle, but perhaps the Aurelia gets strong enough that it simply doesn't matter.
I think she needs to be a bit stronger than this, though. Even Aurelias with leads can struggle to have as much impact as they want in fights when you're going through the Polymorph, the Wild Growth, the Dreaded Return, the Arcane Storm, the Gnar with the Wallop, and the Gnar itself as well. Tracin, though, deciding he wants to be the split push threat, has built the Hull Breaker, looking for that extra damage against the structures from it. And also it buffs up minions as well, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So it reads exactly nearby allied siege and super minions gain 106 armor magic resistance. Oh. So it just makes them tankier.
Like a mini ZZ rock.
Yeah, a mini ZZ rock.
Oh no, it's a mini Surge. Or was it Surge, the one that promoted a minion? Was that called Promote or Surge? I think it was called Promote. You're thinking Fortify, but that was Towers.
No, are you thinking of the spell?
Yeah, the Summoner spell. I'm going back in time, dude.
That's like, what, 16 years ago? I don't even remember what that does.
I think it was from Fortify? No, it wasn't Fortify. I think it was Promote.
Bro,
I'm going to look it up. You talk about stuff. You talk about interesting things.
All right, well, Tracin's continuing to split push. They've sent Vladdy to just basically go and wave clear. Embros desperately trying to get a tower of his own. Actually, they're pinging. They want a TP I don't think this is a play, guys.
There we go.
Yeah,
TP comes out. No tower here. I mean, it's definitely a play. Whether it's a good one, we'll leave up to the next 20 seconds to decide.
Tracin,
Flawless Duet. Vanguard's Edge out as well. Dodge the gravity well. Misses the stun from the Flawless Duet. And because of that, doesn't really have anywhere to go. He's down. Fnatic make a play towards the top side. Kill off the largest gold lead for Heretics. Heretics will use that time to push through mid lane. And importantly, Betty, it was Promote It metamorphized the nearest allied siege minion into an anti-turret cannon.
Moramo smo nešto rešimo na brzaka.
That's really useful. Thank you for that, medic. Let's look at the mid
Upset. Upset. Dobro, dešava se malo u tidal wave.
With the culling, it won't be enough. And tidal wave saving Ice's bacon.
So the reason why that top gank ended up working for Fnatic was because there's no cross-map play for Heretics. There's no dragon to secure, there's no bot tower, and jungler is not in the vicinity, so they can actually overcommit, which is largely what that was from Fnatic, committing 3 members all the way up to the top side, committing a TP as well, simply because Heretics had nothing else that they could do. They tried to siege in mid, the wave clear from Upset was good, he even throws out his ultimate to make sure that he can trade back against Ice in that extended skirmish, and then on the reset they end up securing bot tower. So overall, a big win for Fnatic. And sometimes it's one of those situations when there's nothing to do on the map, you can get lax, and Fnatic taking advantage of that from Heretics.
Nice dashing away from Upset, who has Emperor here to help push out. Tracing's down towards the
Da
bottom.
malo brine ako se prodrži partija, ali ova Irelija, što je kasnije u gameu Ireliji će biti teže da igra team fightov, iako u solo queue to možda nije uvek slučaj.
Ray, or Arcane Ray as it's called now, in the Siphon Power. It looks like Vladdy's going to be the one assigned to dealing with this bottom side. Razork was looking to see if Tracing had walked back through the lane instead of just recalling in the bush. Empress almost mega. Heretics should be able to chip away at this tower, maybe even able to take the whole thing. Wade goes forward, tanks a tower shot, heals himself up with the ebb and flow. And Heretics backing away, don't really want to push too far. Good damage onto Upset though from Seven, who hasn't really been that involved in this game. 0-0-0. I mean, there've only been 6 kills in the whole game, so like Ice is also 0-0-0, but Mel's damage scales well. She can do a lot in these later game fights. Has good range. The rebuttal doesn't have the best of times actually.
Yeah, bro,
in
I'm
this
just gonna say her ult pisses me off, man. It just actively makes me mad. Like there was a game we played the other day where I was like, I have like 60% of my HP, and then the Mel ultimate just killed me, and I was like, I don't know what just happened. So that's how I see Mel. I don't know what's happening, but she does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's very true. You overwhelmed by her passive.
That I am.
It's called overwhelm.
I figured, Ben. Thank you for explaining the joke.
Banner of Command, by the way.
Okay, again, you keep just saying things that most of our audience have never heard of.
Yeah, but we need League Classic. I don't think it's like people nostalgia bait and say, oh, League was better in my day. It wasn't, firstly. But Banner of Command, like Azizi what? Banner of Command just as a game mode?
People don't know. A lot of things were bad in the game.
I know, I agree. I'm just saying, like, I would like to play it as like a one-off game mode.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
Bring back the Hecarim patch where we couldn't play for 3 weeks because the servers were broken.
Yeah, if you want to bring back League, you want to bring back 20-minute queues.
Irelija, tier 2 kula, 23. minuta, 272 farma. Mislim, samo je pitanje sad ovo možda iznese game s tom Irelijom. Irelija je jaka, nije da nije, ali nekako mislim da je i dalje u kompetitivu jako teško napraviti solo razliku sa njom.
Okay, so 4.5 minutes on the next Drake.
Yeah.
Heretics are ahead in gold, Veddy.
Correct, but it's all on Aurelia.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like they're ahead in the game.
That's because there's an Aurelia.
Sound logic. Douglas has to flash out of the gravity well there. Would have been collapsed on. Ice jumping across the wall though, and Upset. It's isolated a little bit. Backed up by Empress. Tracing TP's in. Flawless duet doesn't land the stun. Empress just jumps over it. And that is a teleport invested. Heretics might try and keep this one rolling though. See, perhaps they can force Fnatic to fight around the Baron.
Like, I just... Oh, hang on, they're actually starting the Baron. I think it's kind of crazy.
Empress is about to go mini.
Yeah, so the problem is they're, like, starting it, but 4 members are turning Fnatic away. So
yeah, but Douglas can solo this bad boy.
I mean, yes, slowly but surely he will.
Do Fnatic know?
Probably.
TP in. Douglas still on that Baron. He's gonna be the little guy that could as Razork jumps in. Grim Deliverance as well. Will catch out Ice. Vladdy though, polymorph down onto Tracy.
Samo gledamo Tracina. Tracin je baš ver. Ovo ne flipate ljudi. Douglas samo pusti. Ne. Ne. Bro, what? Fnatic nije stikit, Heretici više healtha nego Fnatic.
Nami has no flash. Also, did you see Aurelia, by the way, threw everything at Vladdy, got polymorphed, then does nothing. Like, everything that I've described this whole game is, I think that if Heretics just play a standard front-to-back team fight, they're going to lose. And I feel like that fight was a really good example of what I was talking about. Like, I'm happy to be proven wrong. Perhaps my understanding of how Aurelia plays is completely misinformed, and but so far the evidence seems to support my theory.
Can I raise a counterpoint?
Go ahead, I'd love one.
Blind trust.
Yeah. I've had that.
That's all I can have.
That's what my perspective on EU teams is for every international event ever, so I'm well versed in blind trust.
Blind trust.
Alright, go ahead, Heretics. Medic.
They've made Fnatic blind.
Yes.
Fog of war.
There is a ward there. Now it's cleared.
Now it's okay, good job, Heretics.
Yep.
First word of the two-word strategy has been achieved.
So the other problem I have for you, Emperor has TP and he's bot lane. Mel has TP.
She's top lane.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's fine now. But Dragon is in.
Mislim da će samo Irelia da stane sad. Zadnja 3-4 minuta uzeo 10 CS-a. On je bukvalno cijel momentum izgubio. Bukvalno sve što imao kao momentum više mu nije bitno ovdje.
Yeah, but sometimes the observers will follow people and then you're like, oh, they're going to die soon, and then it didn't happen. And I can't blame the observers for that. Right? Because
you're reading into their tells.
I'm blaming the teams for not fighting. It is 27 minutes into this game, Benny. We've had 6 kills.
Yeah. Well,
I had a solo queue game yesterday that had this many kills at minute 1. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't. Again, pro teams don't run engage anymore, so this is what happens.
And they don't run static shiv.
Also true. Don't know how that's relevant to our current conversation.
I just wanted cool stuff and we have the same boring drafts again, Benny. I understand Fnatic think they have a chance of qualifying for playoffs, but that chance is so infinitesimally small. Even if they go 2-0 in both their series, that I just
Verujemo da je to reč. Ne bi znao.
But instead, I get the same slop I've had for the last
That's a strong word, Medic. That's a strong words.
I just want new drafts, dude.
Slažem se.
Well, you're not going to get it. Instead, we're getting a Baron start.
Decent ice ult. Okej. 1000 health je skinuo se ukupno možda. Baron je samo pao. Empirus. Dva za Barona nije loše.
I mean, it's going to be difficult for Heretics to really use this Baron as the problem because Dragon is now spawning. Fnatic should immediately turn their attention towards the objective, put themselves on Soul Point. And yeah, it's an advantage gained in the sense that you take it off the map, you get a nice injection of gold, but the 2 kills that Fnatic just got for themselves, on top of the couple plates that they're able to secure, overall is a net win for Fnatic.
May I raise a counterpoint?
Okay. Sure, Medic. You may raise a counterpoint.
Blind trust. Okay. No, the Aurelia does have Baron, and perhaps she can split push now. We'll have another look at this. Baron taken by Heretics.
I mean, it was really fast. Good use of both the Xin Zhao and the Aurelia to melt the objective. Fnatic didn't quite get in range fast enough. But then the fight, I mean, they have no way to escape. No flash available on to way.
Mislim da je fajn. Sve dok Irelia i još jedan ima Barona, to je sve što im treba. U teoriji Irelia bi trebala da splituje, ovaj drugi bi trebao samo da chilla sa ostatkom tima i to je to.
So three Mountain Dragons gives you 15% bonus armor magic.
Yes.
Which, you know, that's pretty solid.
Yeah. The one good thing, I mean, base stats are base stats, right? They will all be buffed up. The one good thing for Heretics is not many people are building armor and magic resist, right? True. You have cooldown boots on Vladdy. He's got his Zhonya's, sure. Double-plated steel caps will give you some armor and magic resist. But
that's fair.
I bet if you clicked on like Vladdy right now, he probably has 120 or so armor. 150. Yeah, 150. So it's still sizable, right? It's 150 armor, it's still 150 armor. It's Vladdy is caught out with the soul snare. Seven dashing away with the rocket belt out of that gravity field. Arkin storm down as well with the tidal wave there for the follow-up. Vladdy though survives and he dies in the end.
Nope.
Because he doesn't have enough magic resist. 7 kills.
Vratio se nazad.
Heretics find a pick towards the bottom side and now with the Baron, but they they have finally moved into a positive gold Red Bull Baron power play.
I was worried that Heretics wouldn't be able to use the Baron, but they did group in bot lane. The wave clear from Fnatic isn't good enough, and Heretics get a pick as well. So nice plays coming out from Heretics.
TP in
Can they keep the momentum up is the question.
I mean, Tracing's continuing to pressure in the mid lane. Emperor's trying to keep him at bay. And Tracing doesn't really want to go too far forward. Double cannon minions make it's very hard for Upset to ever step forward and clear this. It's one of the problems for Fnatic is their wave clear is Vladdy.
Yep.
Right, their range at least. Because of that now they have to step away.
10 seconds left.
Looking for the flank position. 10 on the Baron, as you say, and 10 on Vladdy. As Razork is forced away. Drake up, it's a long time to wait, 3 minutes. Start your resets now, use the empowered recalls.
Should be Infinity Edge though for Ice.
Yeah.
I think the Black Cleaver was also finished. Another item was, no, it must have been GA. That's what I missed. Yeah, GA was finished for Douglas.
GA now.
So, a couple items picked up for Heretics.
U kom slučaju Fnatic ispada? Ako izgubi jedan od dva gema koji su im ostala, to je prvi slučaj. I drugi slučaj ako G2 ili Koi pobjede bar jednu partiju. Tako da, mnogo je veća šansa će Fnatic ispasti nego da neće. Ali ako izgube ovu seriju, ispali su odmah bez pitanja, ništa drugo nije bitno. Ako pobjede obe, onda imaju šanse, ali ne zavisi od njih i dalje. Serin je nestao, šta je s pozicijama, gledaj Realija gdje stoji. Dobro da, mislim, Heretics su baš pogubljeni iskreno, tako da i to ima smisla. Što je mrtvo, što mu otiše Guardian.
Heretics just gave over Fnatic 2 free kills. Great awareness from Razork. He saw the same play that I did, which is like, hey, this mid laner is not allowed to be here. And yeah, it's just an egregious overstep. There is no reason for Seren to do this. He puts himself within range of Fnatic, and they happily take that kill. So credit to Razork. He does have to commit his flash, but it's worth it. The biggest reason, I think, is because they get the GR off of Douglas, which I think is a big win for them. He did in fact sell the Dagger.
Yes, you got a Steel Sigil instead. That's a Guardian Angel on its way. That makes a lot more sense.
That does make more sense.
I mean, what's the sell cost? Now you're making me look up the sell cost on Dagger.
It doesn't matter. What does matter is that the next objectives are in a minute's time, and with Soul on the line, Heretics, well, they're going to have to fight for this.
Okay, Vladdy. Nope. Dobro, našao mu je flash, to je fine.
Popped up by Losbu in time. That's a big summoner and the culling out
but
from
it's
Ice.
TP already spent now from Vladdy. It's 40 seconds, so he does have time to base. Illusion's going to quickly go back to base as well. Fnatic have got good vision control. I'm having a quick look. I don't see any deep wards on the side of Heretics to allow them to flank. There is that one ward just over the wall. But yeah, the fight over the mid wave. Vladdy making decisions as he go. Ooh, that bot wave is... It's a bit of a problem just because Tracing can TP at any point. The split push option is there. And he's choosing to ignore it, so...
I mean, Emperors could go, stack up the Mega Gnar and then TP back in. True. The problem is his bar is pretty well stacked right now, so he doesn't want to go clear out a wave, go Mega and then...
Večeras je subota, tako da Patreon Game Night obavezno. Nedelja će biti Movie Night, nedelja neće biti stream, onda u ponedjeljak igramo solo queue i spamujemo solo. Večeras ćemo Arame, tamo da testiram neke nove buildove i neke nove rune. Pre nego što se bacim na grindanje solo queue, Realija dobar stan na Vladi, Vladi mislim ima zoniju. Sigurno će Vladi možda pola healtha pre nego što padne, mada nema veze, Lulu je broken. Te Lulu umrla! I Tsern je mrtav. Nebitno, loš ult. Fnatic je dobio game. Dobro, 2-0. Good stuff. Fnatic ostaje u životu.
The ability for the Irelia to actually find that kill. An inhibitor is secured by Heretics, a tower as well. But this is what I meant about, like, if they had just considered the split push option, maybe there's a world where Tracing could have done some serious damage, put Fnatic in a very awkward spot, maybe go for that backdoor approach. Instead, they tried to force the fight, and things go pear-shaped. So Douglas sees an out-of-position Vladdy, goes all in, nice engage. Emperor doesn't connect onto anyone. Tracing now in the 1v1. gets stunned up, but then watch the Lulu. The shielding, the wild growth, and then Vladdy just turns around, and with the help of Utset, they secure that kill.
Credit to Empress as well. He flashed back and gnawed the Heretic backline away.
Oh, good
He was
spot.
just like, oh, flash back in here, get the Gnar off, and we can walk and kill these two people. Even though he didn't connect initially, he was able to keep 7, Ice, and Wei out of the action. And now that split push threat is much harder because you're playing into empowered recalls, which makes it, you don't have the time to really chip away at those Nexus towers. Fnatic with a 3.5k gold lead. They're doing their part. Flawless duet onto Razor. He's still very healthy. They haven't really done any damage to him yet. And that's where the Mountain Soul really begins to pay dividends. He's in the middle of all of them, and he's still healthy enough. A Grim Deliverance cultivation of...
Ma da, nema šansi, kad su gotovi.
They just can't kill him.
Lulu there, but hey, he just said, oh, enemies in front of me, let's go. I need to fully stack my passive up. And then Ice mispositions, has the barrier, doesn't use it, gets one shot, and with the AD carry gone, Fnatic making a beeline towards the Nexus.
Yeah, I don't know how Heretics hold on from this point. The only wave clear they have with any range at all is 7, and Empress is just stepping up with those Baron-empowered minions. Fnatic looking to close this one out, triple cannons on the wave.
Ma da, ovo je samo serija. Nice, dobro, okej, ako ništa bar brzo, mislim, između dve ekipe koje realno nisu toliko dobre, nije loše da vidimo i potencijalno neki stomp, tako da, Fnatic, sat vremena, 30 minuta, cijela serija, što je poprilično cool. Sljedeći meč koji gledamo jeste Vitality SK koji kreće za nekih 15 minuta, tako da 15 minuta pauza i gledamo da li mali Jopa može išta da uradi, a dokaže služuje svoje mesto u lecu. A ja sam tu odmah nakon pauze.
If they get to 4 wins, obviously things become a lot more favorable to them, but they cannot control their own fate. You can vote for one of them in the Kia player of the series. Vote Razork, Vladdy, or Lospa are your 3 options. I mean, I think Razork, his Jarvan game was really good, and his Zehen game actually went deathless on the Zehen. I would give it to Razork. I think Vladdy's stats, he played well, but I think his stats were very much bolstered by the fact he picked up a quadra at the end of this game and a triple at the end of last game.
Most of this game, he was like 1.2k gold ahead.
Yeah, he was still playing really well. But yeah, just like, sometimes people look at KDA and
definitely,
it's like, you know.
Razork was a big driver in this series for sure, but I think overall Fnatic, a good morale boost as well, winning a series after what has been a pretty difficult week for them.
It really has. We're going to hand it over to Laura and Odo, who are sitting down with Vladdy in a, well, I see Vladdy walking over to them. We're just going to hand it over to Laura and Odo for now, and Vladdy will join them at some point, I'm sure. I was told to hand it over, so that's what I'm doing in this moment. I'm handing it over. Laura, off you go.
Just hand it over, man. And yeah, you've been yapping so much that Vladdy had time to join us here. Thank you so much.
Yes, I asked for you.
Speak in the mic, Vladdy. What do you want to say?
He's complaining.
Oh, did he ask for the interview?
I did, because I thought you guys would
okay.
want to have like a catch-up discussion, especially around this game.
You think he played good?
Oh, fine.
Yeah?
I mean, game 2, a bit worse, I would say. Like, I think I should have a CS lead over Mel, but
yeah.
Besides that, it was solid.
That's the only thing you care about is early laning phase?
Yeah.
Do we have the production? Do you have the replays ready?
We have the replays ready. Everything is ready. We brought the receipts here, so if we would play this Victor versus Irelia to see what happened there.
How many times did I tell you this week to be strong side, Vladdy?
Wait, let me see the replay, okay? I want to see what's happening.
You're just the one going into Irelia consistently. Why? How many times did I tell you to not be that guy?
I think in this case I don't remember, but
you're trying to cope.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually.
Even if you remember or not, it's bad. Why are you here? Why are you permanently versus Irelia?
I think Emperor was just talking and
blaming the teammate who's not even here to defend himself.
He was shaking in this matchup, so he was like, Vladdy, please, I can't play against this guy. He's too good. So I just had to tank it, you know.
So backstage, I need to spank him, not you. But I told you to be a Giga Chan. I told you to just, to just go.
I mean, there were some bad spots on side where, yeah, for example, this.
Yeah, you're doing third Drake. You have TP up. Why are you not there? What's going on?
Yeah, I think it's a top gap.
I think you managed to...
I'm getting the scope every single day from him, but...
Hey, listen. He managed to save the game. You guys managed as a team, of course, to save the game in the end. What did it come down to?
These games?
Yeah. This game.
I mean, I think
specifically.
this game specifically, I think
Yeah.
we just won because of team fights, basically. We also had a team fight-oriented comp, and I think sides obviously were a bit rough. As Odo said, there were a couple of mistakes from myself, but we had a very easy team fight comp, I would say, and yeah, we played better in team fights, I would say.
See, coach, it's about recoveries.
I mean, I'm just being a little bitch to him because he deserved it sometimes. But all in all, they did do better because honestly, mid game was better a lot of the times. I think if it was last week, when it comes to these Drake situations, they would be completely fumbled. I feel like they wouldn't even get into the situation where they get to contest them, especially being 2 Drakes down. I feel like it was a great salvage situation and improvements are there. It's just my job is to point out all the negatives, but this is a positive, laddie.
Yeah,
Your stats were bad before.
What happened?
I just think my lane got better. I think Odo and Gak specifically, I think, did a very good job. A lot of times after the games, we were just reviewing laning phase mostly, and I think I got better in my opinion. But obviously, right now, I think there are some struggles on side, as Odo showed. I think, yeah, I'm just missing some timers, and then it ends up to our map being very bad, I would say.
Maybe we all gotta start
so
somewhere.
Yeah. You gotta start somewhere, and like you're in a situation where you have to win every game. So 1 down, 2 more teams to go.
One more, no?
No, just one
This
more.
week. But then
No,
you're
that's
gonna-
it.
Ah,
No,
that's it.
This is the end of the split.
We only have vitality.
You have vitality.
And then it's pray
And
to the Lord.
it's kind of do or die, though.
How do we feel about that? Actually, they're on stage right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking to Karzik consistently, and I'm telling him that he's gonna lose. And honestly, I think he kind of accepted it after they lost to Shifters in EWC. He just said, "Oh my God, we're so boosted." So I think I'm confident, and we will win. And then obviously, it's based on other teams to fumble, kind of, to get to playoffs. But we just need to focus on the next game for us.
Alright.
That's it.
Get the mental edge against vitality. That's the way. Coach, what would be 3 learning points that you would give Fnatic and the rest of the boys for today?
Fnatic and the rest of the boys.
Yeah.
You should be strong side more, man. What are you doing? Like that's one of them. 2, not cope so much because you and the others are chief copers. And 3 is pray to the Lord that GX and everyone else keeps losing.
That's not on them though. They're doing their
I
best.
mean, I'm the biggest GX hate watcher. I will be actually, not yet. I will be after.
Me too. We can handshake on that and hate
after
watch together.
Vitality, I'm gonna go to a bar and just watch 3 games of GX during the Madrid road trip.
He won't go anywhere. Bro, like a couple of weeks ago I said, hey, let's get dinner, and you said, no, I won't do that, that's boring. And now you're saying you're gonna go to the bar?
You know what? We're gonna unpack that later. If you win, you take him out. Let's say.
On a date.
If you want, that's up to you guys to decide. That's not my business here. We're done here. Thank you so much, Vladdy. It's been great talking to you.
Thank you.
And we're going to be back in a couple minutes. As we said, Vitality is going to be on stage. They're gearing up to take on SK. See you soon.
6K. We got it, guys. They're doing it. Guys, they're on it. We need to go top side. No. Run top side. Fight. I'm coming. Do we reach? I will look Nami. No, that's you, man. Too fast, I think. No, just fine. Nami's dead. Mel. I voted for you, Ivan. Wow. Ooh. Penta.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Echoes from beyond the past. The seed is sowed. The spirit knows. May it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows are tethers. Spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name, a whisper of the souls who never leave me.
Welcome back for our second series of the day. We're gonna have hello Timo. Is he doing okay? Looks
Wait,
like
where
he's
is he?
about to fall.
He had a rough day yesterday.
He had a rough day
Yeah.
yesterday. Yeah, I get it. I get it. It was 1st of May. It was hard for everybody coming back at work. Player of the series for Fnatic was Razork. We're gonna see him again on Monday against Vitality. Vitality, they're about to play against SK. One team is playing for fun. The other team is playing for a good ranking and seeding for the playoffs. Let's
Wait.
talk about the team who's playing for fun first.
I thought it was the other way. I thought Vitality was playing for fun. I got bamboozled.
They're always
there
playing for fun.
Because that's the thing. They're always playing for fun.
They're always playing for fun, but SK is playing a bit more for fun now. Nothing at stakes for them. They're out.
Yeah.
Can we finally say that the project didn't work?
Well,
It feels like it's been rough.
Well, they
were trying.
already-
Yeah.
sorry, I cut you off, but they
It's
already
fine.
tried in the qualifier earlier to try and play with slow queue.
Yeah.
So it already seems that they're looking for the next step, because the project, I would say that it has indeed not shown what we wanted, because when Mickey made the whole decision and the whole shebang, she was like, Leader was the only player that could rival Caps in Europe. And it felt like he was the promised one, and this was the iteration of SK that would rise back to glory, and it just sadly wasn't it.
Yeah, and I think like fair play to Mickey for putting his name on the line in that regard and saying, look, I want this to be the case. I want us to try and win out, but unfortunately just hasn't really come to it. And now it kind of has to go through a rebrand. Like,
Yeah.
what can we do to try and bring this back into a better position?
Ooh, now I hear him.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is
good to
a
hear
little
you, but
freaky,
it's
yeah.
fine. It's all back. And yeah, SK, they're going to be playing for funsies, so maybe time to shake things up, maybe to try and show something different on the Rift. On the other side, Vitality looking at cementing their situation here in top 4. We said it again earlier, if you get top 4, you're guaranteed your place in the upper bracket, so big things at stake here.
Upper bracket extremely important, right? Because double elimination, you pretty much stay in the future, because if you're in the bottom 5, 6, you're going back in the past where you'll have one shot to win the trophy. And it's especially important for them because we kind of gave them a little bit of a lead or like relaxed tone because they were all having so much fun and they were playing so well. But now is the time to lock in.
Yeah.
We already saw Fnatic lose to SK, so SK might just be playing, you know, for funsies here and look to upset teams, but they really need to win this game.
I think it's also when you get into a position like playoffs where the pressure's on, that kind of ha-ha, hee-hee, we're having fun can be a lot more difficult to try and manage. So I think having that extra life just give you a, okay, we messed up the first time, we'll get it back the second time. And I think it just gives you that little bit of a leeway to kind of keep the vibes up rather than having to be all doom and gloom immediately.
And that's the thing, I've been praising Vitality a lot on social media, and every time the fans are like, yeah, but Law, it doesn't come to this. Regular season is fine. This is playoff, that's going to be important, so they really want to cement themselves there. And I'm looking at top lane here, guys. These two crazy guys in the top lane. Veteran on one side, new generation and new blood on the other. A lot of new champions here and a lot of diversity, Odo.
Veteran is more like super Unk level one. I mean, because he's getting there. I got to super Unk level. He's there. He's playing Fossil champions and ABITF Season 1 champions. Meanwhile, superstar new kid on the block playing all the highly mobile, high octane carry champions. So it is old blood versus new blood.
I think it's crazy. I think they're the most creative top laners that we have, and especially when you're getting things like the Queen and the Camille from Nako and Nivea constantly from Wonder. I'm like, I want to see what this counter pick is going to look like.
When you play Nivea, the life is slow. Everything's going slow, and you're just like, oh.
It's island time up there.
Yeah, at my 30 years of age, pushing 30, I need to slow things down a little bit, and Nivea's the best way.
And I hope they deliver, because every time we pre-face top lane, usually that's where they throw the most boring picks. But enough of this. I actually want to catch up with Vitality once again, because we were in France last week. They were in Prague. They were doing some team bonding and team building together. Don't hit the goose. What the hell is this, man? What are you doing? Okay, so Karzi, you're the one that I want to catch up with. Actually, you tweeted last week that in Prague, you bonded with your teammates. You spent a lot of intimate moments together. You learned a lot from this. I mean, if you guys want to get around him, actually, we can bring... Because you were talking about Linces and Nako.
Yeah, we slept in the same bed. We slept in the same
bed. I don't want to know what happened in this bed, but I want you to tell me how much it reinforced your bond as teammates. What did you learn from that intimate experience with them?
We can fully trust each other because there is nothing we can be hiding away from each other anymore.
I see. Can you tell me about the goose?
Oh, I have no idea what the goose is doing here, to be fair. I have legit no idea. He just brought her randomly.
Okay, don't hit the goose though. No hitting animals. I don't ever want to see that again. Anything about the goose? Okay, no comments on the goose, but comments on the game. We're heading it now. SK Vitality. Let's get it.
Well, let's have a gander at the players as they walk out on stage.
The goose will remain a mystery. I thought I had a rhyme in my head, but I don't.
And this series will be history.
Yeah, I thought history, but I couldn't quite get it. You know what I mean? There was something... For some reason, I was reminded of the Kung Fu Panda quote.
What, the present one?
Yeah, the present one. Yeah.
Past is history, tomorrow is a mystery.
But present is a gift. Today is a gift.
Today is a gift, that's why it's called the present.
I
was hoping you'd close that one out, Benny, but apparently our synergy over the years has just waned.
No, like Draco says my superpower is remembering incorrect song lyrics. And he's like, how do you do this? Like every time I know what song it is, but you consistently get the wrong lyrics every single time.
As long as you're in the general
That's what I think.
You know?
Yeah, but it is apparently a superpower. In any case, none of that is relevant because we're getting ready for Vitality versus SK. This will be our second best of 3 of the day, week 6, day 1. And as the analyst has mentioned, SK are already eliminated from playoffs. This will actually be their final best of 3 of the regular season, so we won't see them until summer. So the question is, what will their approach be? Are they gonna...
Vibes, man.
Will it be vibes?
It better be vibes,
because for Vitality, they do, if they win this series, they do get locked top 4.
Yeah, top 4, which means you get double elimination going into our playoffs. Vitality do have another series later on.
Yeah.
This is not their last. They play Fnatic on Monday.
Yes, they do.
So they have another chance to lock that top 4. First seed from the regular season chooses from 3 and 4. So there is a slight benefit to being in the top 2 because you don't get marked against the first seed.
Absolutely.
I don't think many teams will be picking Vitality. I'll be honest, if they're given the option. I think Vitality had a very good regular season so far. It does, of course, depend who else is in that group. If the option is between Vitality and G2, even if G2 are struggling generally, teams don't like to pick them in playoffs.
That's true.
As we get into draft.
So far, bans look standard. The Ezreal is probably the weirdest ban on the list. Normally we do not see that taken away.
But if you ban it here, there's the option to get Yopper it next game.
True.
So I think this is a fearless ban of we want to pick it later. So Kazi, please don't pick it now.
Wonder, this is your moment.
Shyvana jungle, come on.
Let's maybe not blind the Teemo, but I'm down to thinking about it.
That smile fills me with so much hope, Freddy.
It doesn't. It's a wonder smile. Nah, it's a wonder smile, bro. But he's already pitching it to the team, you can tell. They have left Caitlyn open for Kazi.
Yeah, that's not the wisest choice.
It is one of his best champions, I think.
He hasn't lost on it. He's played it 5 times this split.
One of his best champions.
Currently, statistically, his best.
Yeah. So giving that to Kazi is definitely a bit of a risk. Bard is normally the pairing that they have alongside it. With the Jarvan locked in for Linstis, Vitality already have created a strong foundation. SK, they're going for a little bit more of early skirmishing. Side lane threat. Rise is open, remember. Are they going to do the Rise?
Used to be a massive Rise player. We haven't seen it from him at all this split. Okay, Jhin for Yopper. That's a little bit more like, I'll stand back and open up. He has played it once.
Wait, he actually hasn't played one Rise game.
He hasn't played one Rise game.
Wait, that's shocking.
Where's the trust?
Because I didn't believe that. I thought that couldn't be true. I genuinely thought.
I mean, they often ban the Rise. 40% of the time, they are banning it every time.
So are they locking in support? Okay, so nothing too crazy as of yet, but we put the Teemo in the SK's thoughts. And I'm down. I don't think I have ever cast a professional Teemo game.
I mean, Balls played it in mid lane all those years ago.
It wasn't Balls, it would have been High.
High, sorry, not High. Yeah, not Balls.
Yeah, but I think he did that in North America,
that was
which I was not
neither of us
casting.
cast North America regularly.
Correct.
Yes, that's true.
So I genuinely don't think I've ever cast
no,
game.
we definitely have. There was I want to say Misfits, end of season, game didn't matter. I really feel like we've had a Teemo. I'm gonna look it up, you talk.
Okay, it's really not that.
Dobro, tamo na drugoj seriji pravio sam sladoled sebi. Jer realno gledano ono, mora malo sladoleda da se jede dok se gleda Lens.
He will play Silas. Okay, well, there's the Yone ban. He'll also play. What's the other one I was thinking of? He'll play Echo.
True.
He will play Echo. So, yeah, there's a lot of high mobility assassin type champs that can work.
Dan played it for Misfits versus G2 in LEC Spring 2020.
Yeah, but was I casting that game?
Now I have to look that up. Wonder also one of the 2 players to ever play Teemo in the LEC. Played it in 2017 for Splice.
That one I was more likely I would have cast.
Well, I'll look them both up while you talk, Betty.
Ovo mene iznenađuje.
Okay. What's the last ban going to be here for SK? Braum. Oh, that's actually quite a good ban, especially with all the dive coming through from SK. But I have to imagine Bard is going to be the pick for Vitality. Unless they do Karma, who is open. But maybe they don't think that Karma's that strong into the...
We were casting the Dan game.
I was incorrect. I have in fact cast 1 Teemo in my career.
now need to check the second one.
Alright, well, as you, again, contribute nothing to the draft. Delve extremely deep into this tangent.
Okay, so Bard pick here makes sense. You're looking for
Bard Kate je kombo koji vidimo da igraju non stop.
I don't think the Echo works too well here for leader. Shyvana top is something I've seen making the round.
Neće biti lokovan. Nema šanse. Nah, nope.
No, I need to look it up quickly.
Okay, come on Wonder. Give us something fun.
U stvari Wunder je. My bad, Wunder je. Wunder je goat.
So, a lot of side lane threats on the side of SK. I think Echo, after the Dusk and Dawn nerfs fell off a bit, but I think you can still play like the burst one-shot build of Echo, where it's like Proto Belt, Shadow Flame, Lich Bane, just basically high burst, I do lots of damage. But alright, Shyvana top. Are we gonna get AP Shyvana, Bruiser AD Shyvana? She did get pretty significant changes on this patch. The AP version is just much better now.
I still see a lot of people going Bruiser though.
Yeah, I mean, my experience with it, again, my experience is very limited with Shyvana, but seems to have been a lot of the AD builds.
Do you want to know what Wonder has built? He has played 3 recent games of Shyvana top.
Yeah.
Zeke's Convergent, Dusk and Dawn, Spear of Sojourn, Riftmaker in one of them.
So he was playing that game mode where you just build whatever.
Yeah, that Ultimate Bravery, yeah.
Ultimate Bravery.
The second game he went Triforce Spear, Experimental Hexplate.
Okay.
And in the third game he went Rocket Bell Bloodletter's Curse.
Moramo slikamo s taj mon Insta.
He has no idea what he is doing.
It's on hits. Sheen procs, I guess, as the second one. And then full AP.
And then burn, yeah.
Yeah, like burn AP. All of them with Grasp. So we'll see what Wonder decides to do.
Wait, does Grasp even make sense in the AP version? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. All right, well, we're getting ready. I will say it's a bit BM to run the Dragon Slayer skin for skins when there is literally a dragon in his top lane.
I was going to say that.
Ne, Wunder je GOAT, iskreno, Giga je fan.
And I feel that's just an instant buff, right? If you're playing, you know, it's just one of those.
Ok, slušam. Hajde, Kerni Birko. Znaš šta je problem, brate? Problem je što će ja biti mnogo dobar. I onda nije fan. Kad vide da ja igram, samo će se predaju.
SK have always done inventive this split. This isn't even uncharacteristic for SK.
Which is why I was very happy this was the second series of the day. I knew we were going to get something fun.
Like, they played Anivia top, they played TF top, they've played Assassin's mid, they play all sorts of fun stuff. So they're rounding out on something fun. Let's see if they can pull
Ne, iskreno, banger draft.
Vitality were denied
Čupalim kameru.
something fun because of their losses this week.
Mislim, jedem, ali ono.
You think it was hey, guys,
Jedem.
come on
Vam pokažem.
All right, Wonder, go on.
Sladoled jedem.
Cancelled one order there, but it's okay. And that Naka will trade quite well with the range form into the melee.
Yeah, so...
Čudi me da Wunder nije igrao Halo Blades.
Right. So W is the shield.
Yeah, Inferno
that
Aegis.
after a small duration will explode. Then does a bit of damage.
To mi je baš čudno.
But also it gives you bonus movement speed when you run towards enemies.
That's true.
Try and help you close on that gap.
It gives you flat bonus movement speed more when you run towards
Here's the problem. What Naka will do is because that shield is tiny, he will auto attack him once. The shield will pop.
Bro, samo ti igri bot. Ili tam Kenša na botu sa Senom, fastujte, šta te bolo ovo?
He needs one more minion for level 2. The problem is Naka's going to get that level 2 first.
So Naka has level 2 now.
So now Wonder will be zoned away from all of the farm.
Good dodge on the shot
He
class,
needs
Wonder.
one more minion and he cannot...
That one's going to die. There we are, level 2.
So is he getting E now?
Wunder je fajn, uzima je, pa neće ku sigurno Jace matchup da igra.
It is nice to have the abilities to last it. Gets the Molten Burst there on the Shyvana and then can farm from HP.
Mada ima jako dugačak cooldown.
Quite different to what she used to be. She isn't just pure artillery anymore.
Yeah.
You don't just like ult and then stand away from people.
Tam Kenš pripada nam, on je mid laner, a? Fair, fair.
He's AP.
He might do that. Oh, Flash crash down immediately onto Flash. You have to flash away. Ignite ticking on him won't be enough damage. Has a couple of Caretaker shrines there as well if he wants to pick them up. And Yoppa took the receiving end of the damage, so Flashy will just heal himself back up with those Lotus Blooms. Nikki was staying around trying to hold the wave, and should still be able to do that. Skeen spotted out by this ward. Control ward placed by... See who went in there? Was it Linsus went in with the control?
I believe it was Flashy actually early, because I don't think Linsus ward would have been back on
Did he just not buy...
Lider uzeo Hop. Hop je promijenjen malo jači sad.
I was so focused on the Shyvana.
I was just about to say all this stuff, and now you completely distracted me.
Yeah, Flashy just...
Mladen, SK uvek čiza. SK baš uvek čiza.
Right, that's what supports tend to do. Instead, he went for the control ward early, and we were looking at top side. So nice.
A Wunder se sprda, mislim. SK je ispao svejedno.
What were you going to say, buddy?
Give me a second.
Okay. Can't have been too important.
Liderova laning faza je nađi način da kuvaš Azira i V u isto vrijeme, ako možeš, ako ne samo koje V.
Mid lane's really fun. So, Echo, basically what he wants to do is just shove. Shove. He just perma shoves, and basically you're just trade HP and the shield that you get off your W to clear waves quickly.
Ništa, Warp, moraš naći neke alternativne igrače, znaš.
But basically the idea is that
Moraš naći saigrače koji također žele da igraju nekonvencionalne stvari. Tvoj problem što ti tražiš AD carry-a. Ti tražiš pogrešne igrače, brate. Tebi ne treba AD carry, ti igraš tam kenča na midu. Tebi treba neko da igra bot sa tvojim supportom. Koji možda neće da supporta.
Basically burst mage version. There is of course the on-hit version which he could do, which is more of the Dusk and Dawn. You play more for basically just hitting on your opponent a lot.
Does Hail of Blades change whether he's going for one or the other?
Doesn't change it, because your goal is to proc your passive as quickly as possible anyway. So Hail of Blades just always contributes.
Ko je korisniji Ezreal Jhin? Ja mislim da je Ezreal način hero igrici, ali... Ali, mislim i Jhin ima priču, brate. Mislim da je Shyvana veći problem, ali verujem Wunderu. Wunder je fan, tako da ono...
Fleshy is here. Mickey's trying to come across from the side as well with a magical journey out. Fleshy just walks out of, well, ports out, I guess, technically, of any future danger. That control ward is still up and will continue to spot schemes.
Yeah, I mean, it's caught them completely off guard. Of course, Flashy.
I mean, both Flashy and Fleshy.
Well, my point was that Fleshy lost his flash in order to get that control ward. Simply because not having any pots, putting it
Warp, a mislim, moraš se pocimaš malo, brate.
But yeah, it's paying off. His vision score is stacking up, to say the least.
True. It's true.
Dobar je Nenkas. Dobar je.
Shyvana level 6.
Goes in, gets the fear off the dragon's descent. Now looking for the chase. Knocking with
Ovo je fajn, minuje 3, boli go.
Flashes forward.
On ga je skoro solo killovo sa Rubik Stalno. Kakav doktor igrice.
Showcasing the strength of the Shyvana in lane. Once you get that level 6, you got a lot of damage. Mickey takes flashes over the wall.
Samo prijavi ekipu kao Team Warp Hate. U čemu je problem, brate? I onda su svi Warp Hate nešto. Kapiraš? To je Team Tag Warp Hate. A ti se predstavi da si ti lično njihov sponsor. I GG, brate. Problem rešen. Ti si platio svima name change, znam. Mislim, ja ti dajem savjete kako da prevališ sistem, a ja sam taj sistem, ali mislim dobro, razumeš priču, tu sam da pomognem, šta se radi. Vidi, pitat ćemo Šangaja da riguje breke da vas dvoje igrati jedan protiv drugog odmah. Mislim da je to fair.
And the Ruby Crystal also doesn't tell us anything.
No, it does not. And he built Grasp in all of those games.
That's true. See, you know what? Fair enough.
Pa igra Wunder, nemam pojma. Iskreno. Klik će.
And his build parts are a mystery wrapped in an enigma. Ready, okay?
Yeah.
We side salad
say
of
the
a
Kung Fu
crossword.
Panda quote again.
Oh.
Okay.
I do love it. I like seeing new champions on the Rift, and Shyvana wasn't that strong until this patch, and now seems to have risen in
Nice, nice, nice. To je dobro.
I don't think we can say that after.
Oh, she's been picked more than Veigar.
Sorry. Sorry. That's your benchmark. So anything that's been picked more than Veigar is an incredibly high priority pick.
I said she was rising in priority. I didn't say she was high priority. Come on.
But I guess going from 0 to 1 is in fact rising.
It's an infinite increase.
You are
percentage-wise.
Yeah, I feel like this is a great example of fudging the stats to tell us.
I've learned from chat, Benny. Okay.
Alright.
One of the great things about this control board, we've explored the fact that it keeps spotting schemes, but it also...
Ko je ovo skin za Kate? Lunar Prestige. Ako postoji. Ako ne, onda je samo Lunar za Chrome. Kaže Lui, pita Lui koja je ponuda. Koliko keksa po gameu?
Getting the full clear out on that wave as Skeens takes another scuttle crab. Humanoid is low.
Actually, yeah, let's watch. So,
Kaže, kupio sam auto pre 3 dana, stupio si s njim, ja prošao sebi 15.500 evra, u drugom auto isto samo gledam treba se smirim. I mladene, da je shit situacija, shit je situacija, ali... Šta se desilo? Desilo, vreme ne možeš da vratiš, tako da... Sve će se to rešiti, brate moji. Što je stao, mislio da je mrtav. Hop. Pantheon ga dobio u tom fightu. Sad će umre.
He's going to get slowed by that order attack and by that cosmic binding, and Fleshy will take the kill. It was a good dodge on the Temper Fate, though.
Sure. I mean, it was a good dodge. Unfortunately, like, that's really just bad luck. They didn't quite the damage. His E doesn't do enough damage. His E won't kill.
Ma to neki qualifier će biti sigurno. Ako ne bude open, bit će Adria.
He's going Dusk and Dawn, isn't he? He's going Dusk and Dawn. Yep, okay.
Šta se dešava s EBL-om? Ništa. Sve će playoff.
Dusk and Dawn, he's really going to come online. He gets that item, Betty. Have another look at this play top. Wonder if he gets the fear here. No, Marco is just dead.
Srijedu kreće playoff. Partizan je daleko najbolji. Svi ostali su iskreno tu negde. Mato da nam voksne.
You'll be very happy to pick up that kill. Last time we saw Shivano in the LEC, do you know who it was, Vedi, who played it?
It was Wonder.
It was, back in 2022. He lost to King.
Iskreno Warp pojma nemam, brate moji. Veruj mi, pojma nemam.
Once again, perhaps a for fun game.
Ja bih volio da mogu da vam pomognem, a legitimno ne znam. Nemam pojma. Svi su LFT, bro. Ja mislim bi ti kidao masu i bijelo. Pa, mislim, to se podrazumeva, ali znaš, glupo je, brate, jako igram, onda već znamo pobjedniku napred, znaš, nije zanimljivo za gledanje. Ne, šalim se, ne, znaš šta je fora sa mnom, brate, što ja... Davno sam bio igrač, ja sam svestan da ja da sednem i igram svaki dan po 12 sati, ja bi opet bio doktor, isto ko što sam bio ranije. U teoriji, ono, stariji sam 10 godina, mehanike su mi trunku loši, ali mi je knowledge bolji nego što je bio. Kao da bolje, dublje razumijem igru što je duži igram. Tako da bi došao na isto. Ali... Samo ne želim ti da se bavim. Mislim da je to, kažem opet, ok, kad je neko mlad, kad neko hoće se zeza i kad nema dosta drugih stvari koje može da radi, ali... Mislim da kako vreme prolazi, nekako, znaš, prioriteti u životu se menjaju i baš da igram LoL 12 sati svaki dan mi nije više nikad u planu. Osim ako ne radim Sentinel u decembru, najjači stream ikada, evo onda ću da igram LoL koliko treba, nije nikakav frka. Lagana priča.
I don't think it would be the perfect situation. If they could have drawn this up beforehand, I don't think their artist rendering would have included, I would agree, Tazi being this far ahead.
Now Leader is also going for the Dusk and Dawn build, based on what I can see, the components.
Yes.
Decided to go for the early upgraded boots. You know what's a really good candidate? Upgraded boots. When you
upgraded boots?
Yeah, exactly. The magic resistant shield is extremely valuable, especially against burst jam. So I like the response there from Humanoid, just grabbing early boots himself.
Leader doesn't have the chrono break right now. With the shield from the parallel convergence, goes back in with another time winder, then dashes away.
Bro, Wunder smurfuje. Najkorisnija Shivana ikada, hvala puno. Izgubio bi sve, možda ne bi izgubio sve iz nekog razloga. Iz nekog razloga njegova laning faza u stvari radi.
Fnatic still just ultimately getting more on the map. A 2.1k gold lead. Naknako with a very healthy advantage in the top lane. Grubs at, yeah, okay, Lince is deciding not to stay for all three. He's happy with 2 for now. He's going to move back out towards his bot side. So overall, more advantages gained. We look back at the play in mids. Leader doesn't have his ultimate available. The arrival of Fleshy means that, hey, we can actually chunk Leader out, move force back to base. But little did they suspect the roaming dragon from top lane.
Yeah, no one expects the ganking Shyvana.
That's correct.
Ooh, Leader goes back in with the Chrono Break. Humanoid, though, with a good Emperor's Divide, forces Leader back with a Shield Wall Flash. Humanoid can't get the damage down. SK, and the last couple of kills in this game.
That was very, very close. But SK's able to find the outplay. Ooh.
Shoot damage, holy. Znaš da je BS? Bro, pa Karzi flashi su njega i udri ga. Imao si headshot sa... Da. Dobro. Imao je kill Karzi, samo se flashao napred, iskreno.
So Karzi dies. SK don't have to give up anyone, and the gold swings once again. So now
Svako mi rekao da igraju druga dvojicu koji verteli igri. Kao, da, yes, Eika, he already accepted. Znaš kao, samo nam, i Exa je akceptovao, samo nam ti fališ dos. I tu uradiš za svakog u krug i čao. I nadaš se da ne komuniciraju jedan s drugim, pošto ne znam što drugo može se uradi tu, ali je. To je jedino što ima smisla. SK je ispao, da, SK ova partija nije bitna, mislim nije bitna, rezultatski nije bitna. Vitality je prošao, SK nije, ali gledao, Karzi, basicuje, mislim samo treba da flash basicuje Jopu i to je to. Je već bio mrtav, ovako flashao nazad, nije ništa uradio.
Well, he doesn't, he presses B, he just presses B in a spot that Linces can punish.
And then there's a trap there.
He flashes onto...
I really don't think Linces kills if that trap isn't there.
Okay, flash into trap, at least I'm not the only one hinting.
Oh my god. I flashed into a trap. Bro, but this guy is a water abuser.
Do you say he's a water abuser?
That's kind of what I heard.
So I think Yoppa was drinking as he was in base from his water.
Oh,
and
that's a good analysis.
It's like, oh no, he's a shop abuser. He's a water abuser, you know?
New tech has been added to the vocabulary, okay.
Have you seen the Zerath tech?
No.
You get the enemy low.
Ko je realno drago da igra u IBL-u? Brate, bitnije ti ja znaš ljude, najiskrenije, mislim. Sad kao, koji bi rank trebao da budeš da te baš ono ne išamaraju tamo, verovatno da budeš na vestu tipa nekih ono, sad su resetovali ilo, ali neki ono mid to high master na vestu recimo. Bi trebao da bude dovoljno dobar da nije kao došao si dobio si batin. To je otprilike ono.
Vitality trying to contest around this as the tempo fake does not connect, and Mickey is going to hex flash out.
The enemy Jace is quite fed.
Yes.
He has a 1.6k gold lead.
Leader, don't drink from your water, Leader. Okay, smart. Walks away. Doesn't have much mana. Dodges the flag and drag though. Flashes the Cataclysm.
Okay. Loses his flash once again to the Jarvan. Skins is
Da, ali to je fora, prošli split je bio malo ilo inflated, znaš. Zato kažem, ono, mid to high master je fair, jer koliko god da ide, jer ti kad pogledaš prošle sezone, 1000 LP-a jedva bilo mid master. Nije, bilo je mid master. Sad ne znam kako će biti situacija s ovom splitu. Ću pogledam u stvari opet GG. Da vidimo šta je s leaderboardom. Nati već ima 1200 LP-a, majko bože. Bukvalno su džabe resetom, nešto su radili s resetom.
Mid-assassins not being the meta that much anymore, and I do miss them. Mid-assassins were a lot of fun to watch.
Yep. Well, we'll see if Leader can have some impact.
Oh yeah, he's known as the meta changer.
On samo spamuje Ezreala, pa da? Zna čovjek šta valja.
We'll see, I guess, is my only response. That's all I've got there.
Well, I thought you were going to go down the we'll see if this Echo makes other people play Echo route, but that's not where you went with the Tempered Fate. Landing onto Yopper.
Mislim, naravno LP nije jedina metrika, ali kao pitanje je bilo koliko otprilike treba da ima U, Cars i damage. Nastavi samo Cars je tu, što je free win za Vitality. Šteta za SK, nemam pojma. Zanima me da li će SK raditi full mijenjanje rostera ili će se ipak odlučiti za nešto drugo.
No jungler means no smite, but Nak are going to do the work as top is being pushed in, mid is being caught. SK trade a mid tower to at the very least get something back. But hey, Fleshy, congratulations, hitting 500 assists in the LEC. I think he's grown a lot, especially since joining this Vitality roster. But that's going to be another tower going the way of Vitality. 4.5k the gold lead, 20 minutes in. We look back at this play. And really, oh, never mind, we don't have time, because Mickey is dead. Right, now we can go into the replay, thank you observers.
I Mickey malkice grifuje. Ja ti kažem, Ezreal opet, ne verujem. Ljudi dalje, ja ne znam kako ljudi dalje misle da je Ezreal loš. Ne razumijem. Mada, znaš šta mi je samo malo unlucky? Što nije toliko, mislim, bukvalno resetovali su ladder i svi su nastavili spam, što spamovali i ništa se nije promenilo. Brate, OTP support looks 1000 LP challenger.
Will just be able to walk out. Are they diving bot lane? Oh, no, went in with the Dragon's Descent, and Humanoid didn't even have to flank.
Most played, najveći rank KD carry, 950 LP challenger, spam. S tim da igra neki polu AP build izgleda. Shojin, Horizon, Focus, Void stuff. Samo Ramanom i Trinityjem svako.
Yeah, I mean, this game is done, dude. Like, it's a 6k lead for Vitality, and they're playing meta champs.
What happened to your blind faith from earlier?
Blind trust happened only for Heretics, and then they broke it.
I see.
So, now I have eyes wide open cynicism.
I see. Well, yeah, this game is looking rough. 22 minutes in, we're nearing a 7k gold lead for Vitality. I mean, they've only lost the mid-tier 1.
Prekustra, u nedelju je. U nedelju je, nije u subotu.
But hey, look at that. Humanoid now has 3 completed items.
Yeah.
The leader doesn't even have his second finish yet. I'm not quite sure how that happened. Because like it was very even in mid lane,
yeah,
and then Humanoid just
started killing
I suppose,
everyone.
Yeah, they did actually. Yeah, you're right. No, they did just start killing everyone. That is true.
Towers grant global gold.
Yeah, I think the killing enemy champions probably contributed a little bit more.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Okay, Wonder, show us what you got.
Level 15 on the Shyvana.
16 might be the power spike, buddy. It's a possibility. Wonder comes out. Okay, holds the wave. Ember Strike. Only get 2 of them in your normal form, not 3. Currently he's got this Visage on. Trying to be Alex Strada. What he needs is another evoker to buff him up, like an augmentation. He's obviously devastation evoker.
Mislim da nema streama. Mislim da nema streama. Ovi Turci naprijed ga što stali bivaju pre naknaka, da. Ali mislim da... Gle, ne zna se ko je radio te ekipe. Tako da, pitanje i... Nemam pojma. Znaš, ko zna koja osoba je odgovarala i koliko se ta osoba razume da li je bolji Nak-Naku ili je bolji Bivi trenutno. To je fora. Jopa nema gotov quest, Jopa nema gotov quest. Ili je samo grafički zabogoval, sad ću ti reći. Čekaj, samo da se pojavi Jopa dubi kripa da ima. Da vidim kad ubije kripa kogo... Aj, molim vas, neće nam dati mid. Šta kažem za B5? Pa, mislim, u kom smislu? Disbandovali su se. Ili kao što kažem što se disbandovali. Mislim, malo laki, ali razumem. Kažem vam, nezgodna je to priča. Generalno je fora što da bi imali e-sport ekipu treba vam puno para. Generalno e-sport je brnovanje novca. Znači nemate ništa od toga, trošite nehumane pare. Tako da samo nije financijski isplativo to imati, tako da... Če mi Jopa ne otišao na safeties? Ali da, kao... Znaš, nemaš ti tu... neki preterani razlog da imaš e-sport s tim, osim ako nemaš, kažem, viška para i mnogo te to loži i želiš da budeš ono CEO e-sport tima. Jedina druga stvar koja donekle možda bude isplativa, ali i to je pitanje gde je ovo što je radio Cadriel. Cadriel je imao stream team i onda ok, ako ćeš ti streamovati, pa imati sponzore, pa od toga zarađivati pare, mislim da, ok, sure, yeah. Može biti isplativo donekle, jer kao ok, to je nov projekat, zanimljivo, događa se, mislim, to je Cadriel uradio. Zaradio na Los Rotonesu, ali kao realno oni mogu da radi nešto drugo, isto bi zaradio od streamovanja, tako da nije kao da su to nešto preterano promijenilo. Imamo Wundera. Što se Wunder predomislio, what? Wunder? Troll od gejma. Pa ne na tamo, valjda na drugu, nema veze. Nema veze, humano je dopušteno. Volim mi da bude 2-0.
There's the stun from the shield vault. Leader, time wide just short. Aegis assault, well played by Schemes, but Naknako gets the knockback onto Leader. And Naknako, who wasn't there, now is 404, enemies not found.
Jedna šansa za nas je da svi naši youtuber napravi e-sport stream tako vrati Iba na vrh. Pa mislim u suštini da. U suštini da. Jer fora ti je što je generalno... mislim i to je nezgodno mnogo, jer ti kad pogledaš svi streameri su sad na kiku. Ti na YouTube-u nemaš više streamera. Znaš, nemaš čak ni tu neki ugao. Osim što kaže Warp da bude ono, razumeš... Ono, tim Muđa, tim Baka, tim Simi, ali Midroni Baka više nije tu. Nemam pojma, ne znam. Mislim, nije ni bitno u stvari što nisu na YouTube. I dalje bi bilo gledano, samo bi bilo malo spredovana gledanost, ali nije nužno bitno. Ne da streamuju, je. Samo da ljudi, ono, da im bude zanimljivo da gledaju. Jer, mislim, ti kad pogledaš, mi smo imali Zvezdu i Partizan i jako malo ljudi iz tradicionalnog sporta, navijači, da kažeš, oni koji prate Zvezdu i Partizan u fudbalu ili u košarci, jako malo ih je kao upalilo da gleda LOL. Znaš, oni gledaju njihov sport i to je to.
but not for too long as Kazi now can step up with his rapid fire cannon, auto down the tower.
Hey, if they can stop the port, they could not stop the ports.
Stop the base, stop the ports. Okay, restart the ports. Allow them to
Allow the ports, allow them to go.
Oh, goodness.
I think that's going to be an inhibitor, and Naknako was able to get to top lane in time. Because now it's just Leader and Yoppa versus 4 members of Vitality. Magical Journey over to the mid lane, they've got a wave. A little one, but they do have one.
I mean, that's a perfectly average wave there, Eddie. It's fine. They'll take the tower. They have another wave there to back it up, and that will be the inhibitor alongside it. Gold lead will extend to 9.9 thousand, cusping towards that 10,000 mark. Double digits for Vitality is their lead. 30 minutes in, I think the game has been over for about 27 of those.
I would not say that's the case.
For like 50.
I think that's a bit dramatic. I think the fight over Herald pretty much cemented it. When
Ma jako, ma to ne.
that was when things kind of went very wrong.
To bi bilo jako, jako loše.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you on ways in which SK can come back into this game. If it's going to happen, Vitality Bisc gonna have to int for the next 5 minutes. And then,
Mislim, to bi bilo muženje onog što je ostalo. Ja sam uvijek protiv toga.
Plus, death time is now 40 seconds plus.
True.
So, a single int can bring SK back in terms of gold injection.
Ba da što je najjače od svega, što je najjače od svega, mislim da bi tipa nekim youtuberima to dobro došlo kao free content. Iskreno. Opa, opa, uzem malo. Vidi, u školama u Danskoj oni imaju e-sport kao predmet. Što je jako cool. Kao legitimno imaju e-sport kao predmet. Što je jako, jako nice. Ajde, vunderiti, tuci ih. Ja, za vunder šalio sam se. Nije ni bitno. Baš nije ni bitno. 12.000 golda ekipa SK je stvarno u problemu, ljudi moji. Veliki, veliki, veliki problem za ekipu SK. Vidit ćemo. Mislim, Vitality, kažem, trebali bi u teoriji stompaju. Ali pitanje. Pauzica, 10 minuta, klasika kao i uvek. Nakon toga se vraćamo sa gameom broj 2.
So let's hear what the desk has to say on their performance.
I mean, we wanted fun. Fun we got.
This was a banger.
I have so many questions.
Man, that was
everything I could have hoped for in this game. Yeah. That's all I wanted. Just bedlam from start to finish.
That's the best game I've seen in a long time. Like, I was having so much fun. There was just so much happening. I mean, I was completely lost, to be honest, because everything was happening everywhere. But man, was it fun.
I know that we had everything from highlights to the lowest of lowlights to everything in between. It just felt like everyone was like, we know that this is just going to be pure chaos, so let's just sail nicely into it. It kind of started off okay, and then just...
Did it?
The proverbial thing hit the fan. That's what happened in the middle of this.
That was some serious League of Legends that we got. It looked like an LEC game, and then it looked like my solo queue. I'm very low elo, guys, just so you know.
And then to LCS.
And then back to LCS as well. Like, Shyvana, first. It's the first time we see the champion. What do we think of it? What do we think of what it does?
I've had a bunch of washed pros tell me that it wasn't really working, but I don't know, like, Wonder tried to make some things happen, but I think overall, like...
So, if you want to know what Shyvana does, that's it. That was it.
Sorry, I blinked. What did I miss?
No, you're going to see it again. You're going to see it again. Here it goes. Here it goes. That's it. I mean, I'm sure we're going to see... I mean, we're not going to see it again.
No, okay, that's it.
But
did you do it a third time?
No, so she probably did a couple of times. So, that clip was the perfect explanation for... video for little Timmy that just comes home from school and he's like, wow, there's a new champion released. It's a dragon. It was like, ooh, and all of that stuff, and you're like, whoa, I'm gonna have so much fun playing it. And then little team goes into a game, and that's what happens.
And that's what happens.
Yeah.
Nothing.
The
Nothing.
Dragon Fantasy is dead. It doesn't do anything. It just runs forward, and then nothing.
Dragon go brr, but like Winter had fun at least, and it's a great callback to old times back in the day, back when he was actually with G2 and back when he was playing with Yonkos. And Yonkos is the one who tweeted actually that in 2019 Wonder actually really liked Shyvana, and he was talking about the champion, referring it to the Shyvana, playing it against the Shy in Scream. So there you go.
And this one went just as well as he did against the Shy.
For me, everyone is complaining, oh, the broadcast uses 2019 as a reference so many times.
But this is
even
when it comes
Yankos is coping,
Yes.
and it's like, oh, Shyvana did this and that. He knew exactly what we were going to get.
Talking about Wonder, you saw it earlier, but I think it's time to revive one of the oldest memes we have back from 2019 again as well. What is going on? I think is one way to summarize this game. So guys, make some sense about what we saw here today.
This was the most yakety sax game I've seen in a while. Because it was like, you have this play where Yoppa's flashing to die underneath tower, just after seeing Karzi flash in to die underneath the tower, and then like...
Water spillage.
Bro, he was about to cope that water. Did you see? He was like, and he was like getting yanked in the meantime. It happened so many times. And this guy, he's doing Herald when Baron's about to spawn.
I cannot take the Herald. It's out of time.
Yeah, of course it's out of time.
It's a dumb risk.
He started it.
Bear in mind that one of these teams is playing for top 4 playoffs.
Also, they couldn't
saying.
put it in because it happened at the end. Humanoid dashed into Fleshy's Bard ult at the end of that game. He just dove into the Temper Fate and was like, oh, I guess my bad luck.
I'm so
what was
happy.
going on?
That game took me places.
That,
I'm so happy.
this is what we forget.
This is what leagues are all about, ladies and gentlemen. It's about having fun.
The game is fun sometimes, and the game is fun even if you play professionally, even if you're playing for playoffs and top 4. It doesn't matter. You can still have fun. I think that's the bottom line here. If we have to highlight one player, it's hard because I feel like Naknako had a really good game. Humanoid had a good game. The Vitality
fans
I would,
left,
okay,
it's fine.
the fans left. It's fine.
I'm gonna answer for the fans.
Who is it?
You know who has the most fun? The guy who carries, and the guy who carried was Linzas.
Yeah,
I
he did.
thought that he was great. He set up the early game and the mid game extremely well. Sure, Naknako ended up being 2k gold up, and everyone ended up being 2k gold up. But you need to appreciate, toss a coin to your jungler, because he was everywhere he needed to be this game.
Yeah, he had an absolutely fantastic game. And honestly, I think it's sick to see because I have really been impressed by Linzas this split. Like, obviously, this is a weird game to kind of talk about it, but I do think this man has been absolutely phenomenal for Vitality. And I really do think that he's the reason that Vitality has stepped up as much as they had this split. He's been dictating the pace of the early game, constantly keeping the enemy jungler in track, and just making it so much easier for what is already strong lanes to just elevate themselves 10 times more.
And you look at the goal graph, like, we forget that this was a stomp and almost 10k gold lead because of how messy it was. But for me, it's another testament of how Vitality thrives in chaos and how they control chaos, whatever happens.
Did they thrive? Because I don't know.
They did.
I mean, I suppose, they won, but like, I'm watching this game.
They kept on snowballing that lead. They were in control.
I'm just having flashbacks to Karzi going underneath that bot lane tower.
Okay.
That's all that's living in my head right now.
But Dagda, go back, go take a trip down memory lane.
Okay.
Vitality of old, when they would do this and the gold lead would start going up, what would be the one thing they would do?
What?
They would throw it, and that's where every Vitality's anxiety comes from the fact that they would get these leads at 10-15 minutes and then throw it in the dumpster. But at the same time, this is what controlled chaos is all about when it comes to Vitality, because they make messy stuff happen, but it's still in their control. I mean, outside of the little oopsies that happen every now and then, but they play along with it. It still makes us feel like they're in control.
Yeah.
And I mean, they are, like, this is why, again, we are looking at them as a top 4 team. Like, I think at this stage, they very much earned the right. It's just a case of if they can now get those wins to put themselves there. But, yeah, it is bedlam. And I'm down for more. I can't wait for game 2.
Some top teams are not like the others, and Vitality is serving so far. We're going to take a break. I think we all need it. Go grab a drink. 2, maybe. We'll be back.
a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe 'cause I'm the crushing.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna
last. And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer 'cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody you fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free 'cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant every request. Thank you.
I grabbed Minkarzi's hand and then he started moaning. Because, oh!
You can't do.
Look, he's sitting. Oh, wait. What is it? Take this cut, probably. I get him. Nice.
Nice, good job.
Let's chill. My traps are like everywhere, guys.
I think Blossomous Grooves breaks the AD carry thing, by the way. Is Linsus. Oh, he flashed onto a trap! Yoppa, no! Oh!
Okay, flash into trap. At least I'm not the only one hinting.
And those are the highlights from game one. We did have a Shyvana and an Echo.
There were a lot of highlights.
Yeah, sadly they didn't do as much as I wanted them to do.
No,
Saw
but hey, there's always opportunity for game two.
That is true. I talked to Fleshy outside.
Oh yeah?
Said, hey, you guys gonna pick anything spicy? And he said, I want to, but probably not.
Oh.
Yeah. I suggested Tom Kent Static Shift Heart Steel.
Stop! Okay, Medic, you need an intervention, okay? Static Shift isn't good, okay?
I know, but
it's just not good.
Fun.
It's not fun.
It is fun.
It's not fun.
It is fun.
No.
Who are you to tell me what I find fun or not?
I feel like that if I take a consensus, most people would say you talking about Static Shiv wouldn't be fun.
If you took a census, perhaps. If you took a consensus, then people have already agreed on something.
Again, I feel like I was correct in my verbiage.
I'm just saying.
If you mention Static Shiv one more time, I swear to God.
Okay. What are you going to do? Leave?
I haven't figured it out yet. I'll figure it out. I'll mute you mid-team fight.
That's fine by me. Oh, do you want to play-by-play this game?
No!
You did play-by-play
Take
the
this
other day.
in, Medic. Lock in. Lock in, Medic. Lock in.
Nocturne ban from SK in a game that doesn't matter to them. Vitality going to ban out Varus and Nautus. Ashe taken away by SK. Expect to see things like the Rise ban, although that did get through draft. It's the first rotation last game. If I'm Vitality, I'm probably looking towards that Rise, I'll be honest. Could leave it up for Humanoid, but I think it just gives so much map mobility at the moment that it makes a lot of sense to ban it.
Why is... Is this what mogging
Betty,
is?
take it seriously, please.
I'm confused by Nako's mogging. Is that what this is?
This is aura maxing, I believe.
I see. What's the difference?
Well, with aura maxing, you need to mew efficiently.
I see.
With mogging, you don't really
need to mew.
To the same
What does
degree.
Pokemon have to do with this?
You wouldn't understand.
Okay, got it. Ezreal's going to be the...
Pokopia, actually.
Oh, okay, got it.
The cool kids.
Okay. Karma's probably going to be the pairing alongside this.
Yep.
SK with Orianna taken off the board. What are they thinking as the priority? I mean, Rise is still available.
Yes.
Kai'Sa, an old school answer into Ezreal, because often they would argue, well, you get a free lane because Ezreal can't punish you as hard.
Yeah, you can also follow him with the killer instinct.
I feel like that's just not as true anymore.
Agreed,
I feel like.
Agreed.
Why are you using this tone? Why are you using this tone?
You take it seriously. This is my serious voice. Very good point. Oh, with the Vi locked in, you usually see this paired up with things that have good CC in the mid lane. So I'm looking at Ares. I'm looking at Talius.
Great point.
Looking at Rise.
Also true.
As a possibility.
They're all great options, yes.
For Vitality, you could look towards your support right now. You could also leave the support if you want it.
Yeah, it's probably a Karma Zin, if I'm being honest.
You are required to by law.
What?
To be honest.
Oh. Isn't it more highly encouraged?
It's in our contracts, I'm pretty sure. We're not allowed to lie on LEC caster dust. Sorry, that wasn't serious enough. I'm going to say, oh, it's the Nami Vedi. Good disengage for the Vi, although she can just use cease and desist. Xin Xiao locked in now for Vitality. You did good call on that one, Vedi, by the way. It's a solid jungle pick.
So now it's probably Nautilus is open.
No, it's not.
No, you're right, it's not. Rakan then.
I'm sure I like the Rakan. Does give like Rakan, you were always I'll go a bit deeper. Rakan, you always want follow-up engage
Is this your attempt
on
to
the
be
Vi.
petty? Is that what this is?
I'm really bad at it, man. I have too much fun up here casting with you. I can't hold it in. Yeah, Rakan, he likes it when he has someone to follow up. So Vi going in with the cease and desist, Rakan can then jump in there, and you can already see SK are looking for a dive comp overall.
That's true, that they are.
Vitality have some good disengage. They've got area control as well with Crescent Guard. Now we see some top laners banned out. Renekton taken away.
Right, yes. Banning Renekton usually indicates that SK want Ambessa.
That's it's a possibility, Betty.
Yeah. So how do Vitality respond to this? Do they care about the Ambessa?
Ok, evo nas nazad. Možda i finalni game. True Damage Jack. Sam dobio Project Eka skoro, ja mislim. Što je iskreno bilo poprilično cool.
Yeah, I was thinking, I was wondering about Jax as well. I don't think Jax really aligns with what they want to do, but Nako is a very good Jax. Sion banned away by SK. Oh, you know what's good? Into Teemo top. Sion and Renekton.
No, Renekton's actually terrible into Teemo top.
I'm under threat of perjury here. Okay. Mutha's Predator is attack modifier, right? The stun?
Yes.
Stun? Okay, well that makes sense.
It can be blinded.
Oh, there's the Rise ban. Okay, so we've had the leader chance, we've had the Yopper chance. Where are we going? This to me feels like a leader pick from Yopper.
Could be an
Leave
Ari.
top lane for a counter. Ari makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Kai'Sa prio je malo čudno.
Very, very good. You are like heavily investing in the pick dive style play.
Yeah.
I would love it.
Anivia does a similar thing.
Okay, Anivia. Is this you're gonna have to hit me now. Is this the career first for leader? It can't be, right? He must have played NVMe this split.
Look, I think he's already played it, I'll be honest. Hasn't played it this split.
Oh.
To je Nivea top, verovatno. S tim da malo čudno, ne znamo da li je Nivea top, možda bude Nivea na midu, ali realno lider neće igra Nivea. Tako da mislim da je dosta safe da kažemo da je top. Jeste, a fora su bacile može free se dobiju stvari, to je istina.
But every time I've watched this matchup, like, I feel like NVMe's been able to get pretty good advantages against the RE. It kind of like, when the wall comes down, it almost forces her ult out. But there's that now that we were talking about.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, this is nice compliments to the dive. Good knock-up setups from both the Rakan and the Vi. Wait a minute, it's a Nivea top, god damn it. I fell for it again! How did I not know? Of course we've been seeing a Nivea top from Wanda. Here's me saying it's a leader's... I'm a silly Billy. It's so hilarious because if they did swap it, it would just be way better.
Uvijek želi kapiram da je udir, možda bude jako dobar. Jeste, dobili su. Dobili su oni dosta veliki value od tih kutija. Mislim, gledajte, realno gledano, Riot je skapirao u jednom trenutku da ovaj model gdje naprave skin, stave ga u shop i zauvek postoji u shopu, samo nije najpametniji za zaraditi pare. Realno. Mislim da je Riot video što radi Fortnite i Fortnite ima onaj fleeting purchase syndrome, gde kao stave ti skin u shop i kao imaš samo 5 dana da kupiš, inače nikad više u životu nećemo ga dobiš, a možda ga i dobiš, ali verovatno neć. I onda ćeš ti realno kupiti Impulse buy mnogo više stvari nego da konstantno možda kupiš skinove. I onda je Riot prvo to radi u Valorantu, kad su releaseovali Valorant, oni su bili u fazonu radimo Fortnite bullshit. Kao prave artificial scarcity, kao ovaj skin je limitiran, sad je u Valorantu svaki skin limitiran. Jer ti nijedan skin ne možeš da kupiš ako ga ne kupiš kad ti u shopu. I cene su van svake pameti skup. Ko daš 100 evra za mili i 2 skina ti koštaju 100 evra, za 100 evra kupiš 10 fenomenalnih igrica na sjelu. Nije, slavio se 1. maj, nisam bio kući i jako sam kasno došao, onda sam samo za Patreone streamovo na Discordu malo Valoranta. Došao sam gajbi baš kasno, negdje mislim sam oko Kjeca bio za kompom. I onda sam sa Patreonom igrao Valoranta na Discordu. Tako da obično kad sam kući kasno, baš kasno i ne upalim stream, obično banem na Discord s Patreonima pa na Discordu malo streamujem šta god ako igram nešto, ako klikćem. Obično kažem bude Valorant ovih dana jer dosta Patreon igraju Valorant. Ne, mi smo pričali normalno, smo shvatili stikevine uša. Bio sam u fazonu ne ovako. Ali jako je chill bilo, slavili smo 1. maj, bili kod Regija, bio i Lazić, bio Marence, bio Sudija, bio Acke, bio Derilko i Klara i ja, tako da ono nije bilo nešto preveliko društvo, ali bilo je savršeno, bilo je bombica. Tako da, malo se družili, zezali se, igrali neke igre, bilo fun. I onda kaže, dok smo mi došli kući, bilo kasno, dok sam ja prošetao Luja i sve to bilo 1. Ali ću palim stream u 1, rekao nema veze. Malo na Discord. Iako mislim ću morati što se tiče Valoranta, malo krenem se znojim više. Jer sad sam već previše dugo u Platinumu, to ne valja, moram da uđem bar u Diamond. Tako da morat ću krenem malo se znojim u Valorantu ovih dana. To je plan.
ethical dilemma that we have to get
Isn't
into.
a philosophical one, not an ethical one?
Ah, yes, more. Again, I've lied twice. Twice in a couple of moments.
For you.
Yeah, it's very true. You're picking on my pedantry. Mickey misses the grand entrance there. Kazi trying to get the damage down. Exhaust goes out. Tycaller's blessing on Kazi as well. He's very low. Almost chased by that Cathy and Ray.
Yoppa just forcing his way through the exhaust.
Ne ovako.
Standing his ground and winning out in the skirmish. Now Skeens doesn't quite connect the Q.
He keeps Flashy around.
And he does.
Are they going to dive?
The wave. Ooh, Mickey took a tap shot. I don't think there's a dive here.
Diving an army obviously dangerous because that's her natural habitat.
Okay, Renegade. Well, a cross map is happening, and here's Lindsay.
Yeah, Wonder. I mean, how are you going to get the bird down? When becomes lightning, he tries to flash away. Could crystallize. Will keep Lindsay under tower range, and Wonder manages to escape with the use of his summoner.
Well, let's have a quick look at that top wave. I think it's fine for Wonder. Leader getting some nice trades. Oh, it's less fine than I thought. It's okay, it's okay.
It's going to push into it.
Yeah, it will. No, it will.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Well, Flash Frost doesn't get the enhanced damage from the Frostbite, it already used.
Deathfire Touch. Deathfire Touch nije bio interesantno, iskreno. Mislim da Electric i dalje bolje, ali nemam pojma.
Yeah, this is a bit of a deep invade. Skeens, good damage from
Flash over, Skeens just takes him. Wow, the denting blow's doing a lot of work. Mickey's up here as well. Nako does still have Flash. A dive could materialize. So Nako caught with the ground entrance. Flash Frost there. He has to flash away from that. I think he thought he could just dodge to the top side of it, but unable to escape.
Yeah, so Skeens and Mickey make a play towards the top side of the map, and it pays off. They get the flash out from Nako. Why not? Hang on, is this worth it?
Oh, it might not be. Flash Frost is short. Wonder, come on, crystallize. He's still got the hop.
The wave's in an awkward spot, and there's no TP available for Nako. You can see that it's just slow pushing towards Wonder, so Farm is just being lost by Nako, and he can't approach. This is a situation where he'd love his jungler to just come help him push out the wave, but his jungler is on the bot side of the map. So until he gets information as to where Vi is,
Mickey needs to get hit quick.
Bacam na nešto ovu traku da mogu da hodam. Ovaj game. Omiljeni skin u Valorantu ili omiljeni skin u ovome, u Lolu? U Lolu Gentleman Chogat, iako mislim da mu treba, očinički mu treba jedan ozbiljan rivrak. Ali ja, kad tryhardam i kao generalno kad sam igrao Lola, kako treba, igrao sam bez muzike, samo full fokusni igru i slušao sam mnogo zvukove. I onda mi izgled skina nije bio toliko bitan koliko zvukovi koje pravi skin. A Gentleman Chogat ima samo najbolje voice line-ove. Tako da, u Valorantu nemam pojma. Valorant ima dosta dobrih skinova, ali nijedan skin mi se ne ističe nešto preterano više. Corporate Mundo. A i on isto, mislim, isto je foru. Izgleda lepo, ali ima isto mnogo dobre voice line-ove. Brolaf također ima dobre voice line-ove. Duše Olafa ne igram nešto preterano, ali... Neko mnogo mi je cool kada skin promeni ličnost heroja. Ne, Kevin, to si suprotno si ti skapirao, to je najgori zvuk, a ne najbolji. Ali, što kažeš, ako znaš, znaš. Cool zvuk je bi glavno, da. Mundo i Sion verovatno imaju najbolji turret animaciju. Drvoseča Sion, kad uzme pa sekiru, zabada u kulu mi je isto insane. Iako ta dva heroja jako malo damage rade kulom, ako nemaš neki demoliš, ali... Dosta late exhaust, ali fine i dalje. Što znači, ja solo queue igram tek od ponedeljka. Kad budem igrao solo queue, moram probam Brenda sa Deathfireom, ako ga ne budu nerfali. I još jednu stvar. Slaka doći desi, kaže brat Kardijedo, gleda Let's, pa nego vrati. Pa nego vrati, lagani kardio, pa kako vrati. Nisam ja cava vrati, mora kardio se uradi. Igrom slučaja, radi se kardio dok se radi Let's i to je skroz okej.
Good invade. Skeen's playing off the prior.
Leader's trying to fist bump with his team. Did no one fist bump? Oh my.
Ispalili su lidera.
No one fist bumped him. It's rough. Left him hanging in game.
He's got to press you guys. Leader dashes in. It's the Steel Tempest. Q3 tornado knockup.
Mislim, lider igra dobro Yasuo, tu nema šta, samo je pitanje... Šta radiš tim? Što će i opada builda također? Da, ali forat je kada skin ti promeni voice line-ove heroja. Naš Mundo kada uzme corporate Munda, heroj mu samo o parama priča. To je realno fun. Ili mislim Čogat koji je ono čudovište postane gospodin. To mi je pregoated. Samo što mislim da trebaju da reworkaju malo Čogatov... Čogatov skin, ali dobro. To je već druga stvar. Jer kao skin, model je baš zastareo. Egova ga namjerno što dalje. Sada je mini gnar, brže bi ga ubio. Ovako nema damage-a ga ubije još. Sad ćemo da imamo. Kad se vrati u mini, onda ima damage-a ga ubije. Nezgodno je malo u Aniviju. Ima? Nema flash. Dobro. Okej.
I think it's also the slow from the boomerang.
No, but that's what I mean. So what would have happened was it would have been Q auto. I think that wouldn't have been enough to kill. And then the
Još sad trebaju cijelo low delivery, tako je. Tako je, 2027. izlazi League Next, kako ga Riot zove. Vidjet ćemo šta će sa tim biti. Nisam siguran, niti imam neke iskrene informacije. Volao bi da ih imam, bilo bi zabavno da ih imam, ali ne znam ništa. Ali navodno 2027. izlazi League Next, što je u suštini ne baš League of Legends 2, ali League of Legends sa novim engineom i sa novim klijentom. Tako da mislim će to biti dosta cool. I mislim da neće biti ono kao mali klijent koji ti blejneo kad upališ kao Dota, recimo uđi ćeš u igricu. I kao ti ćeš biti u igri konstantno. Znači neće biti odvojeno klijent, odvojeno game. Nego jednom kad upališ igru, tu će biti klijent, tu će biti igra, tu će biti sve. Što će dosta problema da reši recimo streamerima, što je super.
Right to be scared of. Wonder here as well. Oh, Wonder here. SK collapsing. Oh, cease and desist tied away coming out as well.
Iš, W, nema za nije bitno. Izlazi iz bete, valjda. Ne, sam ulazio u novu betu, onda je League Next u beti, nije LoL u beti. Ali sve se to na isto vrati, ništa se ne brini. Sve se to vrati na isto.
Knock, where is the missing ping?
What is this bird doing in Minnesota, dude?
Kanzi couldn't have played this any better. He reacts to the engage from Mickey, and then he flashes in time. Oh,
leader flashing away from the orb deception, getting chased though with the spirit rush.
Ooh, pot.
Leader lives.
Yeah, good use of the refillable potion there, but Ezreal ult.
No. No.
Whoa. Doesn't even interrupt his base. Now that is edgy cool guy.
That was very edgy
That's
cool
all
guy,
maxing, as the children would say, right?
Yes. I have no idea what
the kids
call it. I feel like it's already out of fashion by the time we learn it exists.
Probably, you're right. But they still say 6-7.
No, so I've heard that also went out of fashion.
That's gone now?
So it still happens, but it's a remnant of a bygone era of memeage.
We're into a new era.
Yeah, now it's 10 plus 9 is 21 or something, which is something that I remember from high school.
Someone shared that! What?
I think they're cheering for SK.
They're cheering for SK.
It's a sunny day here in Berlin. Perhaps people haven't hydrated with... enough different types of beverages.
Sorry, you've broken my mind. 10 plus 9 is 21?
It was a... I don't know what the meme is, man. I just know it's a meme.
We have become the boomers. You do know that.
Oh, 100%.
Back in our day, it was just taking the hobbits to Isengard.
Charlie! Well, there was the one with the unicorn as well.
Let's go to the magical marriage, Charlie!
Yeah, that was the unicorn one. But then there was Charlie bit my finger.
That was Charlie bit my finger, yeah.
Ne, generalno... Čini mi se šta god ima od kompa LoL ne može da ima dobar FPS. Znači, to je fascinantno. Znači, jedna od najpopularnijih igrica ikada bude toliko loše optimizovana, to stvarno nema nigde. Koliko ti F-a da igraš, da uzmeš gold pa plus 2 pa plus 1. Bareš ti kripa.
Did you know, fun fact, Aurelia's used to build Wriggle's Lantern because there was some sort of threshold thing where when you queued minions, the Wriggles would one-shot the minions, so you could insta-clear waves with Wriggle's Lantern on Aurelia. That was the tech from the old days.
The days where you weren't limited to in items you could buy depending on your role. You could just buy a jungle item.
Yeah, you could kind of buy... Well, there weren't jungle items back then.
The Spirit of the Elder Lizard. Wriggle's Lantern was very much a jungle item.
Yeah, but that's old.
Yeah.
Alright, I think the thing is about to happen.
Okay. Oh, Mickey exchanging places with Linsus. Humanoid's on the flank here. Not using the charm yet, does get leader with it. There's the dash, knocked back with the Crescent Guard as well. True Shot Barrage eaten up.
Ok, leader. Možda i Opa, možda ih prebija sve. Mislim ih Opa prebija sve u stvari. Da, Kajsa je razvila DPS. Ne znam da je humanoid došao desno. Mogu da ga juri i dalje možda. Da. Lepo igra i Opa, baš lepo igra.
This Kai'Sa is becoming scary. SK with a healthy gold advantage, most of it sitting in their AD carry position, are looking to bounce back here in this bet 3.
You might wonder how Mickey got here. Unsealed spellbook.
Će teško vratiti nazad u seriju, ali...
And then places two wards around the red pit. It's a game of changing places, it seems, between the two teams.
The humanoid on the flank looks really promising, lands the early charm, but then this wind war from Leader actually buys a lot of time. The Ezra ultimate gets completely nullified, then Leader still gets his ultimate off, and Yoppa's untouched, and now the damage...
Jopa samo stoji radi free DPS, ono bukvalno je lagan.
But he's CC thanks to the Vault Breaker, and it's not until after that the auto attack is already flying through the air that he's able to get that off, which is too late. So Yoppa secures an extra kill, and then he rounds things up by getting a triple.
Meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture, Leader went in with the last breath, didn't quite get the kill. Exhaust down onto Yoppa. Now Acroprism's gonna eat him up as well, and Kazi just takes the kill.
Ovo je sam malo unlucky. Ali ovo je uvek, ovo ovako Yoppa igra, iskreno. Kao što Leader hoće da igra AD mid lanere i da bude agresivan, tako će Yoppa uvek igrati hiperagresivno. Po tome je postao poznat u EBL-u, mislim. Deki ne večeras, znači večeras, pošto je subota, igra se Patreon Game Night, tako da ću iskoristiti, to igrat ćemo arama dosta. Iskoristit ću te arame tamo da malo theory craftujem neke buildove, da vidim da li neke stvari rade koje meni u glavi imaju smisla. Tako da večeras igranje s Patreonima, sutra Movie Night, od ponedeljka pa nadalje se roka solo queue. To je plan. To je u suštini plan. Solti, bravo, svaka ti čast, brate moj. Sad možda odmaraš, to je GG. Ja mislim sam ja na DSK što je najjače. Danas nisam na traci hodao ništa, iskreno. Danas sam samo hodao što sam po šeto Luja do teretane, na 11.000 sam sad. Tako da sad mi je plan da šetam se do kraja ove serije, ali je to 1 ili 2 gema, nema veze. Onda sačekam has, jedem i onda se bacamo na arame da klikćemo malo. Ma ne, hoću, mislim ništa mi War prepada, vidjet ću kad budem igrao heroje šta budem dobio pa ću odnosu na to da klikćem. Trebam da testiram nekoliko Ezreal buildova. Trebam da probam Brenda, Deathfire Touch, trebam da probam na Smolderu. I opet je mrtav. Nije mrtav. Linkas je baš kasno ulta. Sastav Srbije? Nisam. Ali se radujem tome da čujem, iskreno. Pa dobro, ovaj je malo mrtav, nju su morale prodaju. Slušam sastav Srbije. Navodni sastav ako ne smiješ da likuješ.
away from this one for now. Yopper recalling, can't really back up his teammate. He's on too low HP. I wonder with the Glacial Storm able to get himself out of harm's way.
So, overall, a 2 for 2, but the dragon doesn't fall. So, both teams need to get back out onto the map. And who will look to focus it down? Now the leader's...
Ne znam, nemam pojma iskreno. Kao legitimno nemam pojma, nisam pitao nikog ništa. Mislim... Ne znam. Da, navodni, naravno. Lik su nafkila i 3 randoma. Mislim da me niko pogrešno ne shvati, braću, ali ja mislim ćemo mi da cijel Balkan kolektivno dobija batine i da nije ni bitno ko je sastav nigde, jer će vratno samo biti iznabadani. Mada, mnogo zavisi od grupa i od roa. Up, okej, Stefan okej, Veru okej, Šajkeri okej, Panj. Pa dobro, to je, mislim da je to legitimno, nemam pojma. Mislim da je to skroz legitiman roster. Da, da. Mislim, ja da pravim roster od igrača koje imam, verovatno bi napravio tako nešto. To je moj tek, tako da mislim da to fajn. Jer imamo mi... Imamo top lanera, imamo junglera, okej, ali realno gledano... Opa. Dobar ulti od Naknako je presmrfo. Naknako je okrenuo skroz. Samo humanoid mora krene na Jopu, ne znam šta radi, brat moj. I sad imaš Mikija tu. Otac i Lohi na top. Ne ovako, brati. Ne znam. Mnogo zavisi od roa, iskreno. Jer stvarno jako nije balansirano. A mislim, fali nam Milica i Velja, realno. Mislim, ti kada pogledaš realno gledano Milica Velja, bi bili daleko najbolji duo. To je sigurno, ne znam. Dobro je to što kažeš, Zolti. Bi imali Azapa, Raidera i ne znam koga još.
Over his enemy AD carry, 1.2k his advantage. And if he gets to Dusk and Dawn, he will really rip through Vitality. The question is, can the rest of his team delay for long enough for him to actually have the time to do that?
Great question.
Thank you.
I don't have an answer.
Nor do I.
Instead, what I can say is that out of towers is probably what the focus is. Vitality don't actually have any yet. So there is a decent amount of standing gold for them to try and grab. As bot lane, a very deep push comes through from SK. Going to steal away some camps. They've got to be careful though. They don't have full information as to where the enemy jungle is. Humanoid can't overstay his welcome over here because Leader will chase him down.
Charm. Steel Tempest. Humanoid walks to the top side of it. It's got the Lichbane Malignant RE build as Skeens looks to steal away another camp from Linces' jungle. Linces uses the wind becomes lightning across the wall and just gives this one up. Doesn't realize as well. Can't really contest. I don't know how many of SK are waiting in those bushes. Mickey is hovering topside and looks like Leader said, no, I'm actually going to finish my recall, going to finish
So
Mickey then parts down towards the Baron pit instead. I mean, we talked about taking tier 1s. It's SK that have done that well now. Yeah. They've basically taken...
This is fast.
I mean, Leader spotted on a ward as he walks across.
I think they've got this.
I don't think they've got this.
Okay, it was really fast. Now it's kind of slowed down a bit.
Okay.
Imaju fast Barona.
I think they've got this.
Samo što je Wunder prestao DPS-uje. Lider. Ok, mislim, ok, dalje je bio flip, ali iskreno giga GG od Lidera. Giga GG od Lidera.
pushing away. Yopper gets a double. Humanoid has one Spirit Rush charge left, and he has to use it to get across the Crystal Eyes. Bolt Breaker in by Skeens. Humanoid, one more order from Skeens is enough. It's SK. Sneak away the Baron and take 3 kills out of the subsequent fights.
An absolutely incredible Baron call. Kazi in a bit of danger, has to use the Arcane Shift to get over the wall. The wave clear now starting to come through, but it's not going to be enough to protect that tower as Leader continues to push in the top lane as well. Advantage is gained across the board as SK win a huge team fight.
SK ide u game 3.
Looked like it could have been massive, but he had no Mega Gnar. So a nice knock-up comes through from Leader. Then the engage from Linces, the smite fight ends up going the way of SK. It was a huge gamble.
Jako lep kod lidera. Mislim, kažem opet, Yasuo je main, mora da zna te stvari. Sitnice, ali definitivno stvari koje ono mogu da naprave razliku.
Humanoid tries to go in to find a pick, but he's not able to grab one. Skeens has to commit the flash to clean up that kill, but he gets it. And it ends up being 3 kills plus the Baron, putting SK now in a winning position.
Milica izjavio se više nikad ne bi vratio EBL. Šta misliš o tome? Nemam pojma. Ništa spec. Šta se desilo? Ne znam, beko, ali ga snajpuju i dalje. Velja ne može, Velja je u Koreji. Nice. G2 sljedeće nedelje igraju sva 3 dana. Ako se ne varam. Ne mislim da je game. Pa dobro, mislim, što je način, ovo nije rezultatski bitno ni za Vitality ni za SK. Sad će prekasno za SK da se vraćaju nazad. Unperturbed. Ja sam isto unperturbed nekada. Pogotovo trenutno u ovom trenutku. Dobro, 1-1. Još koraka za mene. Ne mogu se žaliti. Ekipa SK nalazi pobedu protiv Vitality, ali Vitality se malo raspada u EVC-u, tako da... Klasična priča, pauze, 10 minuta i vraćamo se nakon pauze, tako da brvo sam brzo. 10 minuta pauza i nastavljamo.
And we're going to go to a short break before we get back with Game 3 of this riveting series. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day, boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these, watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league, wish you played like us. Now time to shock reality, you're facing a tragedy. When the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety, the future you don't wanna see. The wrath of our whole dynasty, it spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lane flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the
This looks not bad, this looks not bad. Look, yes, sir.
I think
Rakan ult. Play with Nar, play with Nar. Kai'Sa should be dead, nice.
I got Rakan. No W, no W.
Nice.
Now it's behind us, okay? Now it's behind us.
I have ult.
Kill it, guys, no flash, no flash, no flash. Kill it, kill it.
I'm the mid for... Down is it. Careful, Mega.
Yeah, Vex, no? Yeah, Vex, yeah.
Just hit, just hit.
I think he hit this. You see the Nexus? Good job.
It's always when teams are not expected that they show up the most. In the end, at last, SK is here. And the fans are happy, actually. I get it. Convincing from them. I wish we would have seen this more often.
Yeah, I think it was a little back and forth though. Like, I think there were moments where I thought, oh, this game is going to suddenly turn into Vitality's favor. And I think that, like, the Nako play for me was the big one. I thought that was just going to seal the deal and Vitality were going to take this one.
Yeah, it was the Euronics play of the day here. And as a NAR enjoyer, actually, talk me through what happened here and what made this play successful.
So when you play NAR, you always have to manage the Mega NAR bar. And it's really important. Now he found the TP on the angle. And as the bar is running out, he does find the flash in. So realistically, why this play is so impressive, because there's a lot of coordination when it comes to your team, buying enough time, luring the enemy to come inside of your position so that you can find this way where they overextend. And we see it now from his POV, finds the flash in. And this is what I was agreeing with Dagda. I thought the game was sealed here. I felt that it was the timer where Vitality was going to take over the game and snowball. But sometimes brawn does breed brains, because realistically, SK's team comp, it just becomes a brute force. You have so much engage. It's so easy to just pull the trigger and pick up on anyone.
And I think the main benefactor of that was Yoppa. Like, we got to see this new Kai'Sa build that had been talked about a little bit, like the Dust Till Dawn. Didn't have the static shift, which I was a little sad about, but did end up having like very high impact. The factor to double proc on the passive gives you so much damage, especially because it scales with the AP. And you can see in these fights, he was doing wonders, and especially in this situation where you end up with picking off the flanker. Just opens up you then to be so aggressive in these fights as the Kai'Sa, flashing forward here or at the last minute as well to pick up the kill. I think Yoppa played this absolutely fantastic, and coming out with this early lead as well, he did exactly what he needed to do. Like that was a massive performance, and I've been so impressed with Yoppa so often this split.
And let's be real, we don't see a lot of Kaisa nowadays, especially because we're in this whole meta with enchanters left and right. It's all about the hyperscalers. Kaisa, when you do have a lot of engage, she is absolutely deadly, and it was really nice to see SK manage to enable the Kaisa so damn well with the use of pretty much all the champions, because this is the unconventional playstyle that SK always wants to bring to the table, and the fact that Kaisa, or Yopa rather, gets empowered quite naturally with his pick, he was the one who managed to pop off through there just because there's just too many threats.
Yeah, and I do like them trying to empower Yopa. Like, I think he has been kind of one of the shining lights on this team, which has not been doing so hot. So when he has a moment like this to shine, I think he really can take over a game, and you got to see it.
He's been one of the biggest revelations, I feel, that we had this year. And we are not done hearing from Yopa. We're not done hearing from SK yet, because they're going to take us to game 3. And for me, it came down to those plays where they can play around tempo and get things in their advantage. Even if things are close, they manage to grab objectives, even if they shouldn't. On moments, they shouldn't either.
Exactly. The Baron was so sneaky that even I thought they were not able to do it, because he just came out of nowhere. We have this shot. We have this. Oh my God.
It's fine.
The TP?
English is
No,
fine.
not the TP. They managed to stop Linsas from getting into the pit, forces the flash in. But now, Vitality, here's what happens. You get into this situation where you've been winning the whole game, and then enemy sneaks the Nash, and you're like, oh man, they just took it. We need to fight. But that's not what the team comp wants to do. The whole time where Vitality was winning was they were posturing up, they were pressing S, they were just waiting and reacting. But now when you get stressed and the enemy just is about to take over that game, you do feel this sort of need to go and start a fight that is even though is not what your team comp wants to do, you feel compelled and you feel forced to do it.
Yeah, especially when you're able to take out Linsas at the start of that fight. Like, he goes down, you don't really have a front line then. Sure, Nak goes there, but he's just TP'd in his mini-nar. That's not going to be right up front line, and then very quickly that fight starts to go up right. So really good call by SK in the moment, and I think that's what you want to see from a team like this that has that veterancy, when you've got guys like Wunder and Mickey and these guys that you expect to step up in clutch situations. That's what I want to see coming through for them, and I'm glad that we still have that coming through from this roster. Even though the project might be gone, I still want to see them leave with a bit of pride, and I think these sorts of moments do show, and you heard Medic on the cast, like, do show that this team has a spark to them. We just have to try and find
what could have been.
I know.
Exactly, because that spark, we have not seen it often, let's be real. But it also comes with these sort of team comps, because if that Nash doesn't happen, this team comp falls apart, they get stomped, and then it's just another SK story where, oh no, they drafted something funky and it failed. But this way, this high risk, high reward style, when it hits hard, because you know, you gave them a finger, they took the whole hand, they took over the game, and that's what we need to see game 3 coming from them, because realistically it's their last game in spring. We do want to see more. We want them to go out with the bang, and it's always fun to upset one of the top teams.
Yeah, and I do want to see something that's like this, kind of easy to execute, right? You go in buttons, you all press R at the same time, and you just kill someone, right? Like, it was everyone on the same page, and oftentimes when I'm watching SK games, it feels like they haven't all clicked on the same page. So I want to see them try and draft a similar story here, and just go, look, if we can at least have an easy to execute composition, things become much simpler for us. And if we can enable Yopa once more, I think that's your goal to success.
You think it was easy to execute?
I think so.
There's a little Yasuo running around.
It's very volatile.
Yeah.
It's very volatile. But that's what we want. And we want to see them go out with a bang on the side of SK. On the side of Vitality, though, still playing for top 4. The Goose has 50% win rate on stage.
Is the Goose still there? Did they
the
start
Goose
it on
is still
stage?
there. Naknako is holding it. Let's see if it can bring them victory here.
Oh yeah, there it is. There's the Goose. Oh my God.
Is it a silly goose though?
I'm so
It's gonna be a
jealous.
silly
I want
goose,
a
yeah.
Goose.
You arrived at Medi-Vedi time. Take a seat, relax. And let's get into the game.
It's game 3.
League of Legends, let's go! It's
Not
been
on
ages
camera.
since we did that. Yeah, I know they took us off camera. Ugh.
My chair wasn't
Why? Is it just because I'm that much heavier than you? Than my
The chair took a second to register because I'm so light. It was like, oh, there's someone on me. Okay. Yeah, we're getting ready for game 3. I'm shocked that we have a game 3.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be SK2-0. I agree. With the Shyvana? You can't lose with Shyvana.
Yeah, I mean, so for Vitality to lose this would be quite the surprise. SK can end their regular season on a high if they can take this win against Vitality. The faces on Vitality now looking rather stern.
I mean, they lost earlier this week. They lose
That's
again.
True. That is true. Let's see, we're jumping into draft. bans already on my screen coming through thick and fast.
Oriana, Varus, Rise, possibly? We're seeing it banned a lot in second phase.
It seems that Rise, they've just given up on Rise. They don't care about Rise anymore. But I don't remember a nerf happening to Rise specifically.
No, nor
in
do
the
I.
patch.
Nor do I.
So it does surprise me a little bit. But yeah, apparently teams do not prioritize it as much. Or maybe it's just day one of the new patch. Maybe other things have just risen in priority, forcing it to be lower on the list. But Lulu Yunara now is going to be very important. Lucian Melio as well. Kind of the go-to AD carries with Nocturne banned. That is Wukong probably for SK.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by Wukong at all. Could also look to things like the Skarner.
Do you know, it's game 3 and it's Vitality, which means it's Aatrox, 1,000,000%.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm so confident.
You're locked and loaded for the Aatrox?
I don't even see any other picks. Watch it be Aatrox for the Lintus.
Okay, there we go. Rise locked in for SK. We will see a leader get his hands on the blue man in the mid lane. Do you ever sing that? I'm blue, dabba dabba?
I sing it all the time, yes.
What are the lyrics?
I'm blue, dabba dee, dabba die.
Okay, because I remember in high school it was like, I believe I will die, was what I was taught. And then some other people sing other things.
Young people twisted the lyrics.
Actually, no, you don't know lyrics, is what we learned
I'm telling
earlier
you,
today.
I'm blue, dabba dee, dabba die.
Dabba dee, dabba die just doesn't sound like something someone would sing. Lucian and Melio, the first two picks from Vitality. So Yunara Lulu would be the obvious response. It does lose to the Lucian Melio in lane. Kazi can be very aggressive.
I mean, we did see upset skirmish pretty well earlier in the day on it. I just think it makes the most sense. Lulu, I think, is still strong.
Trying to work out. I think they're cheering Skeens. I had the same thing in KC when we were in Every, where I kept thinking
they were saying Na'Vi.
Yeah, because they were saying Carmine with French accents.
That's a Kog'Maw.
And it sounded a lot like Na'Vi. That is a Kog'Maw, Benny.
So we're going
Ok, vraćamo se nazad pravo na Kog'Mawa. Nisam siguran da li će Jopa to da igra. Da li je to dobra ideja. Da li Wunder igra Kog'Mawa na topu, jer me to također ne bi čudilo. Mislim da je svašta moguće, tako da...
Could be Kog'Maw mid.
Could be, but it is leader. I think the day leader plays an AD carry in mid lane.
It's an AP carry, Dusk and Dawn.
Again,
Dusk and Dawn Ginsu's.
Does it have a dash?
That is valid. Sejuani banned from Vitality. Does work well in Juggermore comps. Where SK? Just gonna get rid of top laners again. It's gonna be like a Scion and Renekton or something.
I don't like that smirk on leader. It means he's cooking something.
Which is bad, because if he's just left it there cooking while he's on stage, it's going to burn in the pan.
He absolutely will, yeah.
The pan's going to be ruined.
does suggest literally anything. Could be anything.
Odlično analitično kastovanje.
I'm liking what you're putting down.
Sejuani is simply, again, just a ban.
Yep, lay it down thick, Freddy.
Doesn't really
Sion
if it was a Trundle ban, that would suggest
kaže da je Sion banovan. Da, to tako ide ponekad.
Sejuani.
Vitality realized the Rise could go top and they banned the Akali away.
I mean, it could be Akali top.
Why? No, it can't be because they banned it.
Yeah, but they could be banning for the top lane.
They're not.
You don't know what's in their mind.
I do actually know in this specific instance.
Sure. So where did SK go with their final ban? Is it just a Renekton ban?
Well, now hang on. We just got given a fun stat, Medic.
Oh yeah, hit me.
Kalist last played COG in 2025 spring.
Okay, Kalist was the last COG in the LEC.
Yes, that's sorry. I skipped a line. I skipped a line.
Because Kalist isn't playing in this game. Are KC the new G2, Benny? When did Hans last play Kog'Maw?
Right, now, Kog'Maw has won 13 out of 14 of its last LEC games in the LEC, mostly by Hans Sama. So
wait, you got both KC and G2
in
that stat.
What can I say?
I dalje čeka ništa CSKA da radi.
Okay, Wukong, Mundo would make sense.
Yoppa, they're definitely shouting Yoppa.
Dude, šta god da haveri u fazonu sam, verovatno to mogu da lokaju.
Supposedly, yes.
There's a hen.
Wait, I was completely wrong. There's no Aatrox.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
I mean,
Oh, it's Aurelia mid.
And it's Rise top!
Yeah. It's almost like we predicted that.
Good job, us.
Irele mid rise top, dobro.
And the thing is, because how the game works now, you can't swap the Syndra top lane, because humanoid...
You can swap roles in champs like...
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, you can swap roles.
But there's no way humanoid wants... there's no way he wants that quest.
The top lane quest? Get a shield when he TPs?
No, okay. We did get an Aatrox. I am technically correct.
Okay, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one, Betty.
But it is top lane to rise. That Heimerdinger hover. Oh, that reminds me, I need to... completely unrelated. Actually,
it's gonna be like pay your bills or something?
No. I was thinking about putting Heimerdinger in my Lilia deck.
Oh my goodness.
But I couldn't remember what it does, so I kept telling myself I need to look it up. And then I saw the Heimerdinger hover and I was like, oh, I need to look that up.
Duplicates abilities.
No, it's legend specifically.
It's not the legend specific.
Now looking it up.
Look
anyway,
yes,
let's talk about these comps. Let's talk about these comps. So SK, they have weak engage. Again, I stand by the opinion. Is Irelia bad in this draft? No, I don't think it is. I think it works completely fine into Syndra. I think it's good into side lanes. Like, that makes sense. Do I think Irelia is just kind of a weak champion right now? Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I think she's really hard to play. Now, one of the biggest differences, before she played into a Lulu, now she's playing with the Lulu.
Very true.
So she's got a lot more utility and support when she does dive in.
But if she dashes in and gets kicked by the...
Desi Popo. Semen također veliki poz, ali da ne poz. Pa ne znam, mislim, vidi, SK igrali su prvi game na topu Shivanu, drugi game su igrali na topu Niviju. I sad igraju Ryza na topu, tako da mislim, ako ništa cool, ono, daj nam nove pikove, daj nam zanimljive stvari. Ćemo upalimo kameru, upalimo trakić, da nas šetkamo, da gledamo game. I dobili smo od novih runa, apsolutno, Deadfire Touch. Da, nice, dobro. Ne znam što će Jopa, baš me zanima, iskreno, Jopin agresivan stil igre toliko ne ide u skogmova da ja vama ne mogu da opišem. Znači, on će baš morati da igra, ne znam, mislim, može da raša Zergbuc i da proba da igra turbo agresivno u ovom matchupu. Nisam baš siguran da li to dobija na taj način, ali... ali dobro, vidjet ćemo kakva je situacija tu.
Congrats to Prismaticism for winning the most recent RQ, by the way.
Oh yeah, that was hype.
Yeah, it was the lines in that final. Anyway, that's enough for that. So I got distracted. We haven't really talked about those finals. So Leader going in onto Humanoid, just going to chip away at his health bar. Wonder his.
Tako je, Stefane. Ako je heroj pikovan unutar serije, nijedna ekipa ne može pika tog heroja do kraja serije. Što je realno zanimljivije, mislim, onda gledamo nove pikove konstantno.
Good times. I still haven't mentioned the year, just to be clear.
Good job. It's Deathfire Touch as well for Wonder in the top lane.
Oh, so he's not going for the... Hang on, I'll remember the name. It's not Phase Rush, because it is in fact a different...
Stormlight the Surge ne može da igra u Aatroxa. Jako će ga teško šotati. Stormlight the Surge. Stormlight the Surge. Ajde.
And it begins with an S.
It does.
Why am I... Storm Razor Surge.
Do you say Storm Razor?
Dvije nove rune su ubacili kasteri Rezdiju koje su rune. Mislim, no hate, ali mogu bi ja kastujem malo LEC. Ono, for real. For real. To je uvedeno početkom prethodne godine. Znači, cijele prošle godine je bio ovakav Fearless Draft i sad cijele ove godine je također Fearless Draft. Za sve u competitive. BBL, LEC, Worlds, MSI, sve je Fearless.
Yeah, it's because you've added more memories in there.
True.
You have to get rid of some of the stuff. Storm Razor Surge and Deathfire Touch, the new runes.
Unfortunately, what happens is I tend to replace League knowledge with other...
Ne su zeznuli grafike, ne znam da li... What? Riđevi? Hider Surge. Nešto mi je sumnjivo ovdje.
Didn't get chained, was able just to walk out of them. Nako not on the right side of this matchup right now. Wonder is doing a good job on the rise, getting their wave pushed in.
40 za milije, 30 za range-eve. Ne znam da su oni izvukli 45 i 75% Mousepad, ali ajde.
This is
quite a big lead for 3 minutes in the game.
Yeah. You are correct. I want to say that he had a big wave to catch, but no, he did not.
No, he didn't. Wonder is just winning.
Yeah.
And Leader's also, like, I mean, yes, there's 7 minions here, but Leader just winning out on this. Now, Lince's, well, gets flawlessly duetted.
Oh, I thought Humanoid started to stun him.
And Leader also gets the plate.
Yeah, I mean...
They're just winning in lanes.
Well, I mean...
Samo da imamo smo stigli.
It's similar to what we saw earlier in the day. Like, Irelia is a champ that if you know how to play the champ,
12,
it's
dobro.
a good matchup. It's a really good matchup. But it does require high level of mastery. Irelia is not easy to play. And also just a good understanding of how the comps work. But the reality is mages do just struggle against Irelia.
Ne znam, problem s Irelijom je što definitivno mislim da u kompetitivu čak i da dobije lead jako je teško bude koristan kasnije.
Mages are dependent on their abilities to do damage, to clear waves, to pretty much do everything, whereas Irelia is not, because she has a passive auto attack that both helps her clear waves and also trade. And she also has a damage reduction.
Yeah, Defiant Dance is very strong. Leader accidentally tanks a tower shot. And
so
then just,
wave now clears, and now he can base. And he can cheat a recall if he wants to. I think in this position, yeah, you should just immediately base, go back. You can probably buy some magic resist if you want. He's going to rush play to the room.
Da li ispao SK? Jeste. Nažalost su ispali. Ovo je sad finalna partija današnjeg dana. Nakon ove partije je LEC gotov. Toliko dug LEC danas, što mislim da je sasvim okej. Mislim da Crasha možda contestuje dive. Da, samo što je jako... Split pušovanje u LEC-u je mnogo manje viable nego u solo queue. Zašto ekipe znaju kako da haveruju jedni druge. A ti u hyper late-u lider neće 1-2 ubiti Linka sa inak-naka, nema šanse. To je fora. Kao okej, do tier 2 možeš i nekako. Videli smo pa prošlu seriju je bila pikana Irelija, ista stvar. Imao je 280 kripova u 22 ili 23 minuta. Nebitno je. I bio je ahead, igrao je u Gnara. Džabe. A u team fightu opet, mislim, osim ako nisi ono prefidan van svake pameti, neće moći da budeš... neće moći da budeš dovoljno koristan.
Not actually going to be too big of a deal because Lenses' topside camps are coming up soon. Wouldn't be surprised if we see an immediate start of the Dragon afterwards. A leader there used the flawless duet, just missed the Drake. But Skeen's going to smite straight away. Ooh, his red's going to get stolen though. Lenses skips his blue, instead immediately goes into the red, knowing the Dragon started, of course, because the ward in the back of the pit, because the Oprema and Mickey are moving across. We have a nice little camp gain for Vitality off the back of Skeen's getting this dragon.
SK with a nice early object. Oh my god, my words just disappeared.
I u pro playu. A mislim, pazi, verovatno nekada davno Master je baš star heroj, ali... Znam da je bila jedno meta da se fanelovalo sa EMI na midu. I full AP si igrao, Faker igrao Yea.
So here's what I will say.
Yeah, what are you going to say, Vedi?
We had the bot lane trifecta of Ashe Seraphine, Karma Ezreal, and Yunara Lulu. This then evolved after the buffs to Lucian Melio.
Yeah.
We also saw something Soraka. Yunara Soraka?
I think Yunara, it was something. All I remember about the Soraka was the Jarvan was made of it.
And so now we've got a further evolution, which is Kog'Maw Lulu. And it's this idea that, okay, we need champs that can actually fight against the Lucian early.
Sure.
And so far what we're seeing is Kog'Maw actually do pretty well against the Lucian in the 2 versus 2. We'll see how things continue.
Yeah, when the Essence Reaver is completed, I think is a big inflection point for Kazi. So we'll see what happens after that point. But as you say, like early on, doing very well in that lane.
Yeah.
Right? Everything's going very solidly.
Credit to Humanoid. I thought he was actually further behind, but I guess the gold advantage leader has generated is from the plates. The sweet spot on Aurelia is when your Q will want you.
Da. Faker igrao full AP. Šta je full AP bio viable? Zato kažem, mislim, nije mator heroj, ima dosta tih heroja koji kao sad se ne igraju toliko, ali realno u nekom trenutku su bili jaki, bili su igrani. Šako se jako retko igrao u kompetitivu. Igrao se i on, nekad i kao support malkice, nekad kao jungle, ali generalno mislim da Šako verovatno ima među najnižim, Šako i Ramus verovatno imaju najniži play rate od svih midlanera. Pa nice, Vanja, to je good stav, brate, čestitke, čestitke. LEC, ok, LEC. To je fair, LEC. Čekam, a to samo, da, mislim da u nedelju, ne? Ali dobro. Nisam siguran, a mislim tad je, to je bilo pre 10 godina, čovječe, nemam pojma. Ne sjećam se, iskreno. Dobro, možda će on, ne morate Šaku, dobro, možete Šaku, ali mora Šaku da bude jungle sa hobom. To je bitna stvar. Šako mora bude jungle sa Hello Bladesom, jedno tako radi.
Have my words twisted. Oh, humanoid. But the scat of the weak force will flashed away from Schemes diving in. Gonna get the dreaded return pull back onto humanoid who has no flash. Remember Grim Deliverance. Knock up with a Q3 and the Darking Blades enough for Schemes. Doesn't build up the goal. Does just in time. Gets the passive out. That cultivation of war is gonna bring him back up. But Linces is still on the chase. Schemes turning it back onto him.
Observeri nikad ne klikću na Zahena kad je ima full stack Conqueror i pasivno.
This is a best case scenario because Leader had free reign on that mid tower. He made no movement. He decided to stay in mid. And SK get absolutely everything off the back of that. This roam from Humanoid gets flashed away from by Wonder. Then the scan of the week doesn't connect onto Schemes. So he's able to just keep walking forward. Humanoid has no flash, so he can chase him down. Nice little slow-mo here. Oh, I think it was in that order. I think it was auto Q reset is actually what gave it to him. Like that's crazy from Schemes. Perfect timing. Roll takes him to safety, and voila.
Oh, completely smurf. Completely smurf. They did. That was complete smurfination.
Oh, and now that's a Blade of the Ruin King completed for Leader.
He's pretty strong.
Projekt? What?
Trinity Force completed for Schemes, I think.
What?
Large disparity.
Da, ovo je sad samo ono, igraju revijalni meč, što bi se reklo. Mislim, ne znam kako se utiče na Vitality u playoffu, ako Vitality izgubi, budu fazon treći, a ne drugi, pa i možda pomeri slot u playoffu eventualno. To je jedina stvar koja mi pada na pamet da može da se... Da, može se dogodi. How? Znam li humanoid treba da ide na dead fair touch, a ne na kometu i reliju? Da, i relija ga je samo prebila. Nice. Dobro, vraća se nazad Vitality malkice. Is this now the swap from Nak? His roll quest is complete. Maybe he just moves into mids to match up against the Aurelia. It looks like it's just to catch that wave, okay. But wow, so Leader played that perfectly. Completely perfectly. He, we'll look back at it, or getting his POV as well. But he sees the minions, stacks up his passive on the minions, 1, 2, 3. And then he sees the weak minion, connects the stun, ulti, Q into Q. And the perfect, he did Q auto Q to make sure that the Q is what got him the kill, so that he could then Q back to the minion. That was flawless. Very well played there by Leader.
As you say, his mechanical execution has never been in question.
Vitality KC, ali mislim da je to, ako se ne varam, već gotova partija. Što znači da u međusobnom susretu neće moći da urede ništa.
but you do 5% more damage above 50%
Sad ću ti
HP
reći.
when you get the immortal path upgrade.
Da, Casey je već dobio Vitality, tako da čak i s even scoreom, oni i dalje su drugi.
I just thought about this. They did pick Syndra into Lulu.
Yes.
Sin Casey je dobio i Navi Vitality, tako da...
Wait, where in the draft? No, they didn't know it was Lulu, did they? They first
I
picked
Casey mora da izgubi
No, they did know.
No, Lulu was in first rotation.
2 partije, 3 partije da budu četvrti, to je treći.
And then it was Lulu.
Yeah, and then it was the Syndra. Oh my god, Leader's winning this too. And now he's dead.
Alright, yeah, he's gonna get smoked by Lince.
Linkas mora smo, kakav smoke, što pričate ljudi, bre, lider dobio ovo.
Vanguard's edge. Lince, you going for it? You going for it?
Nema kudu, sad će mu pasti pasivno. Failovo je, nije failovo kuk, je. Casey o Kingston jedno i dalje su prvi. Kingston 2, a Vitality vina sve, onda su drugi, a Kingston 3, onda su treći. Ali također Navi mora da pobedi G2 i Vitality mora pobedi Fnatic, što je poprično realno, ako ćemo iskreno.
Great sidestep from Linces, absolutely fantastic. Allowed him to also get the ultimate off. Nice try though from Leader, again demonstrating his mechanical prowess on this champ.
The problem is we've had a few nice tries in the last few minutes, and the gold lead that was 2,000 for SK is now about 200 for SK.
True.
And I think that's indicative of SK's split generally, right? They get these leads, mechanically very good singular players, but when it comes to actually being consistent and closing things out, tend to struggle. There's Wonder here, is caught out again, flashes away from Linces, who didn't have the Cyclone, but didn't want to risk getting chased down by that Wukong. While this is happening, Drake is, Rift Out has been taken towards the top side of the map. Yopper trying to trade back in with Kazi, he's going to ghost forward. Kazi realizing he needs to dash away, and apparently, Ardent Sensor and a Kraken Slayer is all it needs for a Kog'Maw and a Lulu to really beat out that million Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, the W now level 5, that range, the attack speed, it is scary. So Yopper forced to be reckoned with in the middle lane. The Skeen's going for a bit of a scrap against Naknako.
World Ender out from Naknako. Inferno Chains don't connect. Mickey here.
Oj, ne mogu ti jure. Sadilac. Sadilac. Ono će ti jure. Mislim da Louis se buni protiv ove partije, samo to želim vam kažem. Želim vam kažem da se Louis ne slaže s ovom partijom. Sve je moguće, ne znam ja.
Obviously everyone scales, whether you scale poorly or better. Like, I look at Rise and Cog and I'm like, that's very strong, right?
It's almost certainly Kog'Maw Lulu. The engage, I think, is just better on...
Znaš šta mi je jedina stvar kad gledam ove partije? Mnogo bi volio kad je nov patch da dobijemo u stvari brojke od novih stvari. Tipa zanima me koliko je Deathfire Touch uradio damage-a. Ili recimo koliko je Healing Ezreal dobio prvu seriju od Lifesteal Bootsa. Na primjer.
And it's either Linces or it's Naknako. So I just feel like that the Kog'Maw isn't really under any threat. And then whoever Humanoid tries to burst, you also have Wild Growth. So yeah, I think SK outscale. And Leader's actually gotten both side lane towers now. So he's 1.6k gold ahead.
After being within 300 a couple of minutes ago. Next Drake is up as well for SK. They want to try and keep this dragon stacking going.
Jopa zamola padne. Karzi radi puno damage. Ako je Jopa izolovan i nije mu supportu, Jopa možda... Karzi može ga shota od 100 do 0.
The culling comes out and Yopper falls to 200 HP, and because of that, SK just have to back away. Vitality doing a good job of delaying the game, at least delaying the stacking of those Drakes. And now SK have to play a little bit more on the back foot. Leader looking for Naknako. Will spot him, but not going to chase any further.
Yeah, I mean, what's interesting about Vitality is their game 2, I don't think they did anything egregious in terms of their loss. Like, the Baron was such a great play from SK that Vitality got caught completely unaware. I wonder if, like... Oh, hang on, Leader, he's just walking forward now. They want this blue buff. I mean, I think it's a bit... I mean, he's playing with his prior well. They've got a nice push in top. Look at Wonder's positioning here, trying to zone them away. Naknako can't really contest.
Mickey gets the blue.
Šta je Zec imao da kaže vezano za to?
I'm not sure that was the target they were thinking of giving it to.
No, he needs more mana, bro.
Fair, to zvuči kao legitimno ime za Zeca.
Give it to the Kog'Maw whenever you can. In this situation,
that just reminded me of Hylissang's Lulu.
I on ima Blackfire Torch, pa zar nema smisla da ako ideš na burn, da odeš na Deadfire Touch takođe? Jako, jako čudno, nemam pojma, baš mi je čudno, iskreno.
So he's hoping, I mean, if he does that, he will through the game, but maybe.
Yeah, but if he does it, you know.
But if he does it, it will be an ode to a legend.
Last game of the split for SK. For Vitality, they win this, they do get that top 4 spot, but really they already qualified for playoffs, so a battle to perhaps learn the patch a little bit. So Yopper almost has that second item complete. Kazi, though, has already got the Infinity Edge Essence Rebound and a Zeal as Leader looks for the Flawless Duet, doesn't land it, doesn't get the reset on Blade Surge, immediately is cycloned and has to flash away. Humanoid healed up, Yopper here to join the fray, another cyclone.
Ima Lucian problem, kad Lucian bude došao, Karzi ih bukvalno ih šota. Svi su inzintali. Rekao damage radi Karzi. Čustano je range-u i dalje. Vitality dobio ovaj game.
As he finds Humanoid on a side lane, but he doesn't quite connect. He does not play the same level of flawlessness that he showed in the middle lane. He built a stack up, but look, he's only at 2 stacks right now. He's not landing those fully stacked orders, then he gets it, but he has to flash out. The ultimate gets committed, but he doesn't have his Q anymore, and now he has to retreat. So now SK find themselves very deep in this fight, 4 versus 4 initially. Kazi coming from over the wall. Oh, it's the Melio here.
Se našao Zjeca na sred ulici, to je baš random, iskreno.
Nice shot there from Fleshy. And yeah, somehow Fleshy ends up getting this
To je
kill.
interesantno.
Somehow, pure skill. It's an auto
Takes it
attack.
with an auto attack.
Look, let's be honest. If my 200 CS Lucian and my 200 CS Syndra cannot out-auto attack me, they don't deserve the
That's
kill.
on them, yeah,
That's on them. They have so many abilities. I'd have, you know, I'm a melee. I have an auto with an Echoes of Helio.
I ode. Miki malo grifa, iskreno. Miki je malo je ispran. Nije ono full vašt, ali malkice je vašt, iskreno.
Looking at something in game, and then I looked up and Mickey was dead.
Don't blink, man. Weeping Angels came for Mickey, sucked his life force.
Well,
sent him
now
back to the past.
Vitality have a gold advantage. SK
And again, it's one of those situations, Reddy.
Yeah.
It's the second time in this game a microcosm of SK's split is being presented to us.
Excuse me, sir. Knocknako in lane was 20 CS down, and now he's 1.3k gold ahead.
Yeah, and he's got a Voltaic Cyclo Sword.
Yep, yes, he does.
A very strong item on this patch.
Well, we've been saying this. We've only seen it built twice.
Yeah, look, Veddy, you can deduce things without seeing pros do it. And I know that goes against everything we have learned from professional players.
No. Their builds have been debated for eons.
Yeah, but it's always, it feels good.
Ne znam šta ti kažem, Jasmine. Jako je čudno da Jopa igra Kogmava, iskreno. Jer kažem, Jopa, znači, mislim, gledali smo Jopu, ko je gledao Jopu, igrao i BL-u. Jopa je neverovatno agresivan AD carry. On obožava da se flasha u protivnik i da im skače na glavu, ovo je Tristanu da igra. Jako je agresivan AD carry. I ti imaš toliko agresivnog AD carry, u fazonu si igra i Kogmava. Zapita se čovek zašto. Kogma ne može da igra ovu partiju, bukvalno ne može da igra ovu partiju. Njemu treba nešto s mobilitijem. Ok, da, Lulu Kogma je jako, mislim, ako on preživi, on će kroz basikovanje, ali to može da uradi bilo ko, ti imaš Jopu. Ako imaš Jopu, daš mu stvari koje mogu da prave pleve i on će napraviti tu razliku. Ako hoćeš igrača, ti igra safe, imaš mnogo više AD carry-a koji će raditi isti posao koji Jopa. To je isto ko što je za midlane sam pričao. Znači prvih nekoliko nedelja SK lideru daje Orijanu i Rajza. Pa bro, ako hoćeš ti neko igra control mage-eve, šta si uzeo lidera onda? Onda, brate, uzmi midlanera koji igra mage-eve. Uzeo si lidera, bro, on igra Yasuo, on igra i Realiju, on igra te gluposti na midu koje su AD. Tako ti se to ne sviđa kao čempur, uzeo si pogrešnog igrača, brate, mislim, stvarno. Kao nije tolika nauka.
Wonder now joining the fray. And Skeen's able to dash across the wall. Humanoid getting chunked out. Wonder knocked back with the scat of the week. Force a will there for the follow-up.
He threw a frog at him and then he got smited.
Back into the jungle we go. And now out of the jungle. Wonder stun, flashes, culling, heal, Yopper dodging to the side of Knucknuckers, but the chains
Wish.
land the cards, he takes the kill, and now with a cyclone onto the backline, Linces is just ripping through SK. A good polymorph gets Mickey out to fight another day. But the rest of Vitality are still on the chase. Another mega fire kick, and Leader feels the power.
Samo su mnogo bolje poziciji.
I think just tried to flank himself, and in the end it's
Hans,
taken
jo.
out by Humanoid.
Dobro, Han samo je balans. Han samo baš zna da igra sve. Han samo može da igra i pasivno i agresivno, i Drevena, Kalistu i Kogmava. Mislim, Han samo je baš build different. On stvarno, ono, nema jedan stil, on igra šta god valja.
To contribute to the fight. Low health members, but Fleshy's positioning great to provide the peel. Once the stun connects onto Wonder, there are no plays left. A good barrier from Kazi to make sure he stays alive. Great communication there from Humanoid, really giving us a good insight into the mind of the pro player. It's rare instances like that that you really get to see the level of excellence that they display on stage.
That's why I think, you know, we should just have voice comms the whole time.
Yeah, I agree. It would probably just be one long leap.
For Vitality, sure.
Yeah, probably.
And that mixed with laughing. And then something about all being in a bed together in Prague.
Probably, so, yes. Probably too much would be shared.
Yeah.
In fact, let's remove that table from the option immediately.
We're removing the whole table.
The table is no longer under consideration.
That makes sense.
Humanoid was down 1.8k, now he's a level up, and...
Dobro da, mislim, ali ono, zato je Han sama. Mislim, i opet prvi split u lecu, mislim da nije loše igrao za prvi split u lecu, iskreno. Pogotovo što igra u ekipi SK koja je 2-6, tako da... Jedino što Han sama ne igra toliko, to su mageevi na botu. To je jedina stvar koja, da kažem, kao Han sama nije nešto spec mage igrač. Šta više se ne sjećam da igrao previše mageeva ikada. Kao to je jedina stvar, da kažem, aj kao... Znaš, ali... Šta da li nekad Zigza, verovatno je igrao Zigza u nekom trenutku. Lepo je skin za odigrao mehanički, ovo iskreno.
To really do too much extra work. This Baron power play for Vitality.
Yeah.
Hasn't gone too well.
No.
Suboptimal.
Suboptimal indeed.
Igrao Ziggs. Ja mislim da igrao isto Ziggs, sam sećam.
They did get two,
but they got stopped in their tracks. Meaning that, hey, but here's the good news. Knucknucker still is very fed.
That is good news often for Vitality fans. Kazi also very fed, 4 items.
Knucknucker. Voltaic Cycle Sword sa Shoujinom. Uš, damage. Ali ga je prekratio 500 health mu skinuo s kom.
Which I'm gonna give you a quick rundown right now. Humanoid does in fact do magic damage.
The Siege and Cannon minions near him have 120 extra because of the Hulk Breaker.
So 57 magic resistance on Leader.
And he's got Sword, which is 18.
Flat magic 18 plus 8% pen. I don't remember the order.
It's flat first, then percentage, I'm pretty sure.
Well, if we assume that, it brings him down to 43, and then it's effectively 10%.
Your maths is bad, but he's at 57 minus 18 is 39.
Yeah, that.
And then what would you say after that, 8%?
Well, I did 10% because it's easier, but yes.
So it's about 30, 33, 34.
That's not a lot of magic resistance.
No, not at all. Okay, Vitality want to make that pay off in their favor. Well, Wonder has TP, and there we go. He's going to join. Double flawless duet.
Ok, 5 na 5. Atrox mora se recola porta za shield. Ok, ništa od 5 na 5. Samo vesti TP.
Maybe they can send someone off to a side lane. The problem is, who goes off into the side lane against leader? Just because he's fallen behind now.
Ne znam onako može da se bije sa liderom ovdje, iskreno.
Knockout's got more spear and voltaic cyclosword.
It's a lot of magic resist though.
He has got a lot of magic resist, but he's also got 192 armor.
Yeah, true. That does help.
Got the plated steel caps, and he's level 18, which is 2 levels above leader, who just hit 16.
Yeah, all of those factors do in fact help him go into a side lane.
I mean, it was just I was working it out.
I agree.
You know?
Great points. Okay. There was no cynicism or sarcasm there at all.
I never know with you.
What do you mean you never know? You've known me for 10 years.
Yeah, that's my point. We've gone full cycle. I thought I began to understand you. I thought I knew you.
Yeah.
And now we've gone over the other end where I know you so well that I'm not sure if you're messing with me, you know?
I see. I feel like you've played yourself under zero.
Simone, dobro večer, dobro večer.
Isn't that what I'm a millennial, dude. That's kind of what we do, you know? Anxious about being anxious, you know?
It's our special power.
Don't like being...
Gle, jedan i drugi i lider i naknako imaju jedan item koji mi ništa ne pomaže protiv ovog drugog. Ajde vidimo.
Is it true when Linsus is there as well? Kind of seems like making a 1v1
Dobro, naknako ankle bad, još mu ne radimo damage.
winning that before. Yes, he was. Okay, dashes away. Oh, it's a 3v1 now. How many
To je što kažem, splitovanje u competitive je samo toliko malo efektivno, jer ljudi samo znaju kako da haveruju i da panišaju te splitove. Ništa SK mogu da radi ulta na Barona i da probaju da ga flipaju. A to su morali udari u sekundi, bukvalno.
They did have 5 people when they did it last time.
Yeah, I also don't think that they can pull the same trick twice. I don't think LEC...
Is that because you see 4 members of Vitality watching them as they stand around the Baron?
Hey, people learn.
That they do. Adapt, evolve,
the coaches
overcome.
backstage like, hey guys, just don't let them do it again.
Don't let them do that again.
Just think about that the entire game. Alright, 5% more armor and magic resist for Vitality. That's 15%. Which puts Naknako over 200 armor. And I think it's going to be hard for leaders to deal with him now. Up until this point, it was still very hard.
Ne, bukvalno nemam pojma. Kada Naknako završi Death's Dance, i Realija će ga bukvalno healovati basic attack ovim. A na kraju Syndra može samo da sedi i da... Da klira, tako da i ona je skroz okej što toga tiče, bukvalno.
Smite it, Grim Deliverance back over the wall.
I mean, look at bot lane, look.
So easy. You just gotta go. Okay, someone give him some vision, guys. Some vision? Okay, no vision.
Okay, now they need to get to base. Can they get an inhibitor?
Stop the ports, stop the ports, stop the ports, stop the ports, stop the ports.
Nema da cancel. Dobro. Ovo je bilo dobro od deska, ovo je bilo je. Ovo je, mislim, fajn, izgubili su Barona, ali dalje okej. Uzeli su kolo. Evo ga, level 20 Naknako, Guardian Angel verovatno, neće da na Didi ide. Didi da ide, nice, odlično. Asus dali Barona za to. Jakšo je dosta bitan.
There's not as good, you know? In terms of Cogmore. It is Cogmore, sure.
With a Lulu.
He does have a Lulu. I'm entirely aligned with those two facts.
Yes.
I don't think he does enough damage. And I also
agree
think
that those two things exist.
Those two things are true. Also think that Vitality are just pushing in his five.
They're literally just pushing.
And like SKO.
I Realija, šta rade oni? Base race. Ma dojet ljudi, base race, lagano. Ma šta ste cave, ma base race, pa nema sad ste uplašili, braću. backflip. Za prvi, pa jest. Pa dobro, nije ni strašno. Ma da, je samo game. Irelija baca TP sad kad je gotov game, na šta se portaš na mrtvu kulu. Ili ide sad samo umire ovdje, Irelija outscalovana i Miki je živ, umreće od 2 basika i... Dobro, game za Vitality serija, za Vitality ako su otešli u treći game. Ekipa SK svako ispala, Vitality svako ide dalje. A mi smo svako gotovi za sada neki sat vremena otprilike. Palimo opet stream, vraćamo se na Patreon game, trokat ćemo neke arame s Patreonom pa ćemo vidjeti dalje šta i kako. Ljudi moji, ja se nadam da ste uživali u lecu. Danas je bio jedan veoma chill, lagan i opušten dan. A ja ću pre nego što ga kolamo da potvrdim samo i naše partije za sutra da vidimo šta gledamo. Ako bi se Likpedia bude otvorila danas. I da vidimo da Likpedia nešto giga laguje. Ajde, imamo Heretike i Shifterze. Što je onako, ok, dve ekipe koje su ispale. I onda imamo G2 i Navi, što će biti apsolutni banger. Jer G2 jako treba pobeda da pobegnu od Fnatica. Ostavit ćemo intervju, vozimo dalje. Možemo arame pa crtanje, možemo. Ja bih prije iskreno arame pa crtanje. Mislim da to zvuči kao dobar deal. Mada možemo i crtanje pa arame, može i to. Svakako, tu sam za neki sat vremena otprilike pa ćemo rokamo Patreon Game. Ljudi moji, budite mi dobri, ostali malju intervju pa se vidimo kasnije. Pa i...
Why didn't you go AP? Yeah. Did you try it even?
I tried in solo queue, but I think it's better on top lane.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah. Because you use the passive very well.
That's true, that's true.
Okay, something for you. Which top laner do you think would go well with this Xinzao? Which player?
I was thinking Buipo, but he's not been
Well,
around
yeah,
in a
but
long
that's not
time.
gonna
This guy
happen.
was prime Xinzao enjoyer. Ooh. Who would?
Wunder. But,
That's not gonna happen either. Great.
But we need a little bit of a nutcase. Someone who's like a
Mirvin?
Nah, I mean, Mervin is reaching Unk status where he kind of
Yeah.
stopped being a psychopath.
I mean, Naknako plays weird stuff as well. Maybe we'll...
Nak on a good day, he might try it.
Yeah.
But it's, I feel like he has other champions that he likes right now.
Wanna tell me about the Crocs?
I mean, it's just the duo, you know?
Yeah.
It's just,
Do you get
Who did
swapped
you
every
swap with?
day or?
top lane.
Yeah.
Oh, it's only it's always you and Nak?
We bought some new ones. They have to arrive. We will have more colors.
Nice.
We will have more colors.
Are they cool
Awesome.
design or just a different color?
They're the same, just different color.
Because I saw someone, there's one of the referees, he's running around with like
One Piece
with the One Piece Crocs.
They're really
And they
cool.
have the,
I think
the
it's
pirate flag and all of that cool stuff.
Yeah.
From us?
Hmm?
From us? Or
No, one of our referees.
I haven't seen it.
I can send you the link.
Can we just like not talk about Crocs? Oh, we can actually. The new shoes came out. We're going to talk about Crocs. Yeah, that's actually a good thing going on. Talking about the league, top 4. Did you guys make
Top
it?
2 actually.
Top 2 for now.
No, you guys are locked top 2, I think. Wait,
They
are you
locked
top?
no. You locked top
Confirm it.
4. You could lock top 2 depending on how teams are going to play. But how do you reflect on the split so far?
I mean, it's been good so far.
Yeah.
I'm happy we are top 4 because of the upper bracket, of course. Now I think we just need to win one more, and we're top 2. So
Yeah.
yeah.
What were the goals you had coming into the split, actually, as a team and maybe for yourself?
Go every international.
Okay.
Man, you guys,
MSI
you really shot your shot with go to internationals and win everything.
I mean, I need to win it the whole split. To
Yeah.
go now MSI and
And I
LEC.
can do top 2. Top 2 goes MSI,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Top 2 goes MSI, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you feel like you guys have progressed on the most as a team?
I mean, our mid game got
Yeah.
much better, I think, since winter, but was a bit sloppy maybe today. Maybe because we haven't played in a while on the LEC. But yeah, for sure mid game, I think.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Looking at them? Yeah.
A little bit. No, I mean, honestly, I mean, the game 2 was the Baron thing. It was a little bit sneaky and it came out of nowhere pretty much. But I think it's been a lot more controlled when it comes to their gameplay. I feel like the throws are less and less. Naknako, sometimes, I mean, he kind of stopped doing the 1v5. I'm gonna go into mid game because I'm bored and we're winning too hard, because that threw a couple of games.
Yeah.
So
So progress is being made.
I have a question actually. As the jungler and the one who's supposed to like keep order in the game, who's the most reliable teammate you have? The one who's gonna in the least? Oh.
I mean, I don't know which one is the most. I mean, Marek talks the most about mid game besides me. I'm not sure reliable. I think everyone just has to do their job well.
Yeah, I feel like everybody takes a turn into carrying and sometimes, thank you so much, and sometimes not carrying so much. But yeah, who do you think has been the most stable member? Because we always talk about Naknako, but I feel like he is having his oopsies sometimes.
I don't really mind the fact that people are taking turns in because that's also kind of what happens when you get to a point where you really want to push limits a little bit, push boundaries, because at some point it becomes, when you learn the book of mid-game, it becomes more about learning to skip some steps. So I don't really mind when they take these turns because they got to a level where they're so consistent that when they int, I'm like, yeah, I believe that's an oopsie. I do believe it's an oopsie because before it used to be int. But when I think about consistency, I actually think like Fleshy. Fleshy is the one who ins the least in mid-game.
We don't talk enough about
Yeah,
Fleshy.
we don't talk a lot about Fleshy because there's always Karzi being a little psycho, Marek is freezing some lanes and sometimes ins on side lane, Nako goes 1v5 at times. But Fleshy, I haven't seen him int in a very long time.
You haven't looked at the Bard game, I think.
Oh, I might have missed it. Did he int the Bard game?
I mean, he had some silly devs, but I think he played on the limit, so it's like, it's also very like just silly devs. I think you need those sometimes.
Yeah, because I feel like his growth and improvement have been obvious. Because before, when I was looking at Vitality, I thought there's a little bit of a liability there because I felt like his impact wasn't really that good. But the fact that now he's flying under the radar with the team that performs so well, he's one of those silent heroes where he's just everywhere he needs to be.
Yeah. Here, supports don't get enough credits. Once again, someone who's gonna get credit once again though is Naknako. He's the Kia player of the series today. How do you think your synergy evolved? Like, what did you guys get better at as a jungle top duo?
Swapping Crocs.
Swapping Crocs, that's
is a
one.
good start. I mean, I don't know. I think it's quite easy to play with him because he just wins most of